Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill 21, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act Number 2, 2025, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act Number 2, 2025. This bill amends the Insurance Vehicle Act and the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. The proposed Insurance Vehicle Act amendments ensure that the province retains the reimbursements made by the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia, ICBC, since the early 1970s for health-related services costs arising out of vehicle accidents. The bill also includes amendments to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act relating to the role of the Public Guardian and Trustee of British Columbia as a property guardian for children. When the Public Guardian and Trustee is a property guardian for children, the Public Guardian and Trustee is responsible for protecting the legal and financial interests of those children. The amendments will support the PGT in this role by consolidating, updating, and clarifying the public property guardianship framework and responding to practical challenges faced by the PGT. Amendments will also provide greater consistency in the application of the framework and to all circumstances where the Public Guardian and Trustee is property guardian for children, and will ensure that the public property guardianship services are equitably available to all children in the province that may require them.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill 22, Statutes Act, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Statutes Act. This bill makes online version of acts and consolidations official under the Evidence Act, which means that people will be able to use for evidentiary purposes online versions of statutes and consolidations accessed through a government website. This is another step in government's ongoing work to improve and modernize access to justice for all people in British Columbia. Currently, only printed copies of acts published by the King's Printer can technically be presented as evidence of the law. Under this new Statutes Act, official versions of the acts and consolidations published online by the King's Printer can also be used for evidentiary purposes. Users will be able to present official copies of acts on their electronic device or printed from a home printer as evidence of the legislation's official printed versions would still be available from the King's Printer on request. But the option of accessing official legislation online places more power in the hands of individuals, making it easier to obtain material that can be used in evidence in people's interactions with the justice system, with business, and with each other. The bill tells the story of legislative publishing in BC, providing clear descriptions of publishing relationships and responsibilities and setting out current and long-standing practices for the publication and consolidation of acts enacted by the Legislature. It also updates the Queen's Printer Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Evidence Act to accommodate the new official status of statutes and consolidations published online. Finally, the bill enables accessibility features like hypertext links and alternative text, and information features like not enforced notions and historical references in official versions of legislation, improving user experience without legal impact. These features help to ensure that our access to justice benefits from recent advances in publishing while providing enough flexibility to accommodate future accessibility and digital information technologies.
Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill number 23, Regulations Act, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Regulations Act. This bill updates the existing Regulations Act as the bill for the Statutes Act makes online versions of statutes and consolidations official. This bill makes online versions of regulations and consolidations official under the Evidence Act, which means that people will be able to use for evidentiary purposes online versions of regulations and consolidations accessed through a government website. This also continues the government's work to improve and modernize access to justice for all people.
Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
I'm calling from over here. Thank you. The second reading on Bill 12, Motor Vehicle Act.
And the other House.
Oh, and of course, absolutely. I don't know.
We'll give it to you.
What am I reading? Thank you. Honorable Speaker, in Committee A, I call continued Committee of the Whole on Bill Number 9, Healthcare Cost Recovery Amendments Act 2025. Thank you.
Well, thank you, members. We will call this House back to order, and we will continue Bill 12 debate, which is the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act of 2025. Recognizing the member from Abbotsford South. Oh, well, I guess we've got a little confusion going on here this afternoon.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I do apologize. I thought the previous speaker reserved their right to continue to speak, but I guess they're declining. They've said all they want to say.
Thank you very much, member. Continue.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said before, it's always an honor and a privilege to stand up and talk about the business of this. Especially when it comes to this particular bill in front of the House or legislation in front of the House. For those that don't know, I'm an avid gearhead, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I'm a dinosaur, but I absolutely grew up in that era where the automobile and motorcycles, pretty much anything with an engine on it, was something that was. I could hardly wait to get my driver's license. I think I was, day 2 after I'd turned 16, I was taking the course. Having said that, and this party, the Conservative Party, actually is in full agreement to streamline the system that we have in front of us now. Let's just start off with that. So we want to streamline it. We want to improve it. And we want to improve not only the timelines and the frustrations that I have heard from many of those going through this system, but probably the single most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that we want to improve safety. Mr. Speaker, my wife relayed a story to me where a father came in to her office and broke down and cried because his son had succumbed to his injuries in a single vehicle accident. Making sure that we protect the most precious thing that we have, our children, this party is in 100% agreement with. We need to make sure that when someone is on the road, that they are competent and that they are safe and that they are not going to risk injury to themselves or others. Road accidents, and I was a chiropractor. I saw the aftermath of accidents, sometimes as simple as a low-velocity impact rear-end collision, had devastating consequences. So this party is in full agreement in how do we make our roads actually safer. However, where we do disagree is in creating a system that's confusing, that lacks consistency, and is open to one of the worst things, especially in this House, Mr. Speaker, is open to political manipulation. This, of all things, should not be about political manipulation. It should be really about safety. And what I would hate to see is it becomes confusing, inconsistent, and open to political manipulation instead of common sense, competence, and most importantly, fairness. It has to be competent and fair. Now, I've been going through the abridged notes that we do have, and let's start with a couple of things. So the amendments give ICBC the power to compare out-of-province licenses and offenses within the BC system. Well, if you're coming from out of province and you want to get a license, and considering that we have a single, there isn't really a lot of options for insurance, I think that is something that's important. If you've had 4 DUIs or whatever, or you are, caused multiple accidents in another jurisdiction, I believe that ICBC should have the ability to know that, regardless of where that jurisdiction may be from. Most commonly, it's going to be from across Canada and other provinces, but with the immigration as it is, Mr. Speaker, we could also be looking at infractions from other parts of the world. And I believe that ICBC having the ability to compare and determine risk is important within limits. And I'm sure when we get into the next stage of this bill, we'll be able to discuss those. It also, which I think could potentially be a good thing for streamlining, it no longer requires mandatory testing. People will only have to take tests if required by ICBC. Well, that's a bit of an issue, perhaps. ICBC, yet once again, is being put in as the judge and jury, and it may or may not be past the common sense test in some cases. What I would look forward to, what's going to be in the next stage of the bill, what does that actually mean, and how does that actually play out? And I'm sure that we will have some comments and some questions with regards to that. So the bill will reduce the requirement of road tests for novice drivers to get their Class 5, which is their full license. Well, what does that mean? And I heard the previous speaker actually talk about modernizing this system. I could not agree with her more. We need to modernize the system. But let's go back to the bill will reduce the requirement of road tests for novice drivers to get their Class 5 full license. Well, if we go back to competence, would it make sense, perhaps, defensive driving is a course that was available when I was younger, and perhaps I did not take it at the time. Perhaps I should have. I know on at least one occasion I would have avoided an accident. I know right now I am looking out, my head's on a swivel because I don't know where people are, what they're about to do. And I take a look when I get in the car with my grandchildren who are, well, they've been driving now for a while, but I got another one that will be learning pretty soon. And I'm pointing out to look out, that car that stopped right there, you don't know if they're going to pull out or not. is that car going to turn in front of you? There are many things that you learn that actually can be taught in a defensive driving course. When I was younger, I had aspirations of being a race car driver, in particular a rally driver, because I think they're the finest drivers in the world. How to handle a car when things go wrong is actually important. And I remember my daughter, when I taught her how to drive, had a problem driving in snow, especially here in the Lower Mainland. It's not like snow in other places. You drive 4 cars over it, you might as well be out there with an ice polisher, polishing it up. It gets pretty slick because we get a different kind of snow. It's got a lot more water and more humidity in it. So what I did with her, because she got into a car and it started going, the rear end started to come out and she did absolutely everything wrong. So we went out into an abandoned parking lot because it was slow, had not been plowed, and I taught her how to control a car when it starts to go into a skid. It was safe, it was controlled. There are classes that you can do that. So if we want to actually protect those that are getting behind the wheel of a car, especially as we now have autonomous driving and everything else that's coming along down the pike, are we teaching driving skills? Are we teaching what to do when the car starts to, you hit a patch of oil on the road after a long dry spell and it gets rainy and your car starts to go out of control? Do we actually teach people what to do? And we've seen that TV show, Canada's Worst Drivers, where they do exactly that. We've all seen it. And so one of the things maybe we should look at is, instead of reducing what we're doing, is there a way that we could actually improve the overall competency of those that get behind the wheel of a vehicle? And I can tell you, talking to some of the truck driving organizations, it would be something they would support as well. And we did something similar with 18-wheelers, where we increased the requirements of what it's required to get in behind the wheel of a big rig. Should we also be looking at something like this? And in return, if you have passed a course like this, should there also be a lowered insurance rate? Because there is a correlation, my understanding, between those who have taken these types of courses and their safety on the road. Maybe we should be looking at, in order to help subsidize those courses, or maybe they should be part of our curriculum in schools like they used to be at one point. There was a point actually where you got your driver's license. If you didn't learn how to drive on a standard, there was actually a restriction on your driver's license. You weren't allowed to drive one, and then that got lost. That got disappeared, because now a standard is pretty rare. I mean, I go try and find a vehicle now that has a standard in it. Most people don't want to drive them. I prefer that. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm a bit of a dinosaur, and I'm old school that way. But maybe that's something we should be looking at. So the other thing that's working on this is the amendments will allow Cabinet to approve a driver's education course given by a driver training school licensed under the regulations, which is where I was talking about, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this bill. What exactly does that mean? How does it play out? How are we going to regulate? Are we going to inadvertently actually create other regulation to be able, who's going to police those that are teaching? Will they be able to actually say that they have passed? And in some remote areas of the province, I know that there was kids that were talking about, they would book a license in Nanaimo or Victoria when they lived on the Lower Mainland to try and jump the queue. Is this one of the things that government is going to look at, that if you do take one of these courses, is that driving school able to then say you are proficient and graduate you so that you don't actually have to take the driving course? Does that now mean that we have to police the schools? We'll have to have some way of knowing that whoever the instructor is actually competent, and it's not like, you know, my uncle twice removed with a wink, wink, nudge, nudge that just gave me the ability to have get the ticket. So how are we going to make sure that it's fair and that those are in there are competent and that it's transparent? The amendments allow for regulatory power regarding driver's education courses that shorten wait times for novice drivers to get their full license. Okay, I can see how that could be an advantage. But with most families with a couple $100 away from being able to pay their bills every month, how much is the course going to cost? Is it going to put some of us at a disadvantage? And are we going to create a dual system for the haves and the have-nots? How are we going to apply this? And if I go back to maybe a discount on the insurance, if you do complete that, can somehow perhaps level that playing field a bit. How is that going to look? What's it going to be in the recommendations? And should we be shortening that time at all? Because one of the things when it talks about the end driver's license is it's based on, and I wrote this down, is now subject to the length of time a person has held a valid driver's license issued under this act or in another jurisdiction. All right, so let's just play this out. I'm in another jurisdiction, or here for that matter. I passed my driver's test, and I don't own a car. Or mom and dad won't let me drive the car. Or I don't want to drive. I talk to a lot of youth, they don't want to drive. They take transit almost everywhere, but they want to get the driver's license. It absolutely says nothing in here about whether or not you've actually been behind the wheel of a vehicle. And how would you measure that? I get that it's difficult to measure. But the length of time a person has held a valid driver's license isn't really the same as the length of time someone has actually sat in the seat and driven a car. There's a huge stopgap there as to whether or not someone's safe, because it's like any other motor skill that, you know, like learning how to dribble a basketball or play golf or anything else where there is eye-hand coordination. It's a skill. And you get rusty. I can tell you from my own personal experience, when I get behind, I got an old Triumph that I restored and I bought when I was in my 20s. It takes me a few minutes to remember how to drive that thing, because it's not like hopping in, you know, the Hyundai with automatic. It's got an electric overdrive. It doesn't have power steering. It doesn't have ABS brakes. It's kind of primitive. And for the first little bit, you got to go, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot there's no synchro in first gear. For those at home, that's that thing so you don't smash the gears going into first gear. If it doesn't, that's what synchronized gears do. There's no grinding of the gears in first gear. You got to remember all those things, especially if you're coming to a stop. You can't just put it into first. So with regards to this, if you've just held a driver's license, that really doesn't correlate to how safe you are to how much time you've actually been on the road. I don't think it's the gold standard of measurement for this. There's in this, as you know, and I am sure that some of this will get, you know, pounded out throughout as we go through the committee stage, I hope. Some of the concerns that this side of the House has this become excessive delegation of power? Are we now allowing ICBC and or the government too much power to be able to make simple changes? Section 23 and 25, they actually hand over a significant regulatory authority to ICBC and to Cabinet without any legislative oversight in this House. Now, from a government's perspective, it's way easier if you don't have to talk to the House. But if you're going to make some changes, there are some times that it should require debate within this House. There is vagueness and uncertainty. We've got terms in here such as prescribed, easy for me not to say, prescribed classes and prescribed considerations. They're not well defined, and worse than that, they could just be arbitrarily applied depending on who's the one that's deciding what they mean. And then, as I was mentioning, there's competency. I think the gold standard should be competency. When you get behind the wheel, and you know, for those that get their license late in life or come from an area at a later stage in life where they've never really been behind the wheel of a vehicle or sat in a passenger seat much, you learn things from the other driver, such as simple courtesies, which often are not part of a test. Simple courtesies like letting someone merge properly, like pulling over into the right-hand lane when you're not passing. You don't just blindly sit in that lane and drive forever. Letting people go ahead when a yield is really not necessary is just common courtesy. Look at the fights people get into at Christmas time trying to find a parking spot as an example of the loss of common courtesy. But competency versus convenience. So it shouldn't just be because, you know what, we built this system and now we don't know how we've got so many wait lists because we're not managing it properly. We're going to have to change the system just because we can't manage it. Maybe there's better ways of managing the system. Maybe the problem isn't the process that's in place, but the fact that we never made accommodations to figure out how to manage it. So then what we're going to do is, well, we don't know how to manage it properly, so we're going to remove mandatory testing. And what's that going to do? Potentially drastically reduce and lower standards. So we're actually going to end up with potentially more dangerous drivers on the road than less, because what we're looking for is expedience versus competence. So the impact on young drivers, you know what? Lowering the self-application age from 19 to 18, that's okay. But part of that, in return for that, I believe, it should come with stronger training and monitoring if you're going to do that. Again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, my wife often talks about this man, that the guilt that was on him because he bought his son a car. The car had actually too much horsepower for a brand new driver. And he did what kids do, which is to push a limit, and it cost this child, this young man, his life. That father has to carry that burden. So we don't want to lower standards. The goal is to actually make the roads safer. And so I believe that the focus should actually be on the competence of the person behind the wheel. Not making it faster. If the system's too slow, well, and it's not helping standards at all, well, then we need to look at the entire system of that. It shouldn't just be time served, because who says you get behind the wheel of a car at all since you've had your driver's license? And or a completion of a course, because the course may or may not be an effective course. And they're looking at figuring out what these driving schools are, what's going to be included in the course, and I believe that's all good, but we need to figure out exactly what that means, Mr. Speaker. So now then you get into what's fair and what's equitable. All right? So you have exemptions for those holding licenses before this bill takes effect. And should we be looking at retroactively in this bill? Because now, based on a date line, you could have all of a sudden two classes of numbers. You could have two children in the same family, because we have many, many blended families or twins even. One's taken the course prior to and has their license, and one does not. And now that's going to create some problems. So should we be looking at making this fair and retroactive so it's not just a cold date line? And so you end up with two classes underneath this law. And then this government, I think, also has an obligation to explain why some drivers, which it mentions in the legislation, are going to be subject to stricter rules, while others are just going to be grandfathered in. Again, it potentially could create two classes of drivers. Again, if the goal is to make our roads safer, which this side of the House agrees with, is this really the proper way to do that? And then as this government has kind of a history, Mr. Speaker, of not being the most transparent and lacking in the ability to put oversight because, let's face it, that's just pesky. That's troublesome when you're government. You don't want that. You don't want somebody peeking in your drawer to see how clean it is. What's going on in there? Hey, nothing to see here. Just move along. Just do what we tell you. It doesn't work well for a lot of us. And this bill leaves too many decisions to future regulations which are unknown, which, as we say, can be done in cabinet or by ICBC without any input from this House. And worse, there's no requirement for any public consultation either. So you got no public consultation, you got no legislative overview. We're just going to do, because trust us, it's going to work. How did that drug thing work out for everybody that we thought for sure that was going to solve all our problems by handing out drugs to everybody, that was going to work out well? There's a reason why we have regulation, public input, and oversight. And then I go back to, what the heck does prescribed classes mean? Will that result in unequal treatment? That really doesn't go by what we stand for in this House, to create unequal treatment. There needs to be fairness and equality for all. And one of those things could be, why are existing license holders exempt from new distracting driving laws? And I agree, you should not be using your phone while you're driving and distracted driving. So now we've got a whole class that are going to be exempt from that, from the new stricter penalties. Why is it only the new drivers that should do this? Should it not be for all drivers? And there are exemptions now for certain professions, such as police officers and firefighters, who it's part of their daily use to do those things. But for a new driver, I think we're all in agreement. Hey, put your cell phone down, you shouldn't be using it. Put your electronic device down, you shouldn't be using it. Shouldn't that be a standard that applies to everybody, not just new drivers even? So, on safety standards, where's the evidence that supports the claim that eliminating the mandatory tests will not reduce road safety? It seems counterintuitive. And maybe what we should be looking at, like I said before, is maybe we need to change the type of driving tests that we have, and it should be based on some competency skills of what to do when things go wrong. Because when you really, really need to know what to do, like one simple rule, the car's going where your eyes are looking. You watch that on that Canadian's Worth driver all the time. It's one of those things. Don't look at what you don't want to hit. Look at where you want to go, and your eyes will actually take you there. I don't think that that's actually part of a standard driving test right now, but it sure as heck should be. If it's about safety. And that's what this bill professes to be about, is safety, improving road safety. And so the other thing is, if you're going to change the rules, is the government now going to publish the annual safety data showing whether or not what they're doing is actually working? Or am I just going to have some spin doctor in the back room? Hopefully we don't include a six-figure joke writer to be able to go in with that to help the Premier deliver that news. But are we going to what are we going to do for that so that we know that what we're doing is actually working? At the end of the day, it should be evidence-based, especially something as simple as safety. If we're trying to make our roads safer, are we actually going to publish the data so that experts can say, you know what you're doing here is working, or what you do is you need to change this, you need to tweak A, B, and C. Mr. Speaker, this House will support this legislation. We believe that this legislation has the potential to make our roads safer. As I've said before, we want to make sure that it's safer, but there are an awful lot of questions that this side of the House has that need to be fleshed out during the committee stage, and I hope on something as simple as this, trying to protect novice drivers, new drivers, that politics does not get in the way, and we actually put our heads together and come up with good legislation that's actually going to make our roads safer, Mr. Speaker. Because in this case, lives will depend upon it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to speak.
Thank you very much. Recognizing a member from Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Surrey White Rock apologizes. He's stuck in a committee meeting, but he asked me to introduce and say hello to a group of students from White Rock Christian Academy. There's 26 grade 5 students and 8 chaperones with them. And right now we are debating Bill 12, which is changes to driver's licensing rules, which will impact, if you're in grade 5 yourselves, in just a few years. So things that we do in this chamber actually do have a direct impact even to the youth in our communities in a very real way. So I hope they do find the debate interesting, and I hope the House do make them welcome.
Thank you very much, member, and indeed welcome to everyone in our gallery today. Recognizing our Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and hello to the White Rock Christian Academy students grade 5 and 8 and your teacher Lorraine Whitemarsh. Thanks so much for coming. I'm so interested to hear what you have to say about this piece of legislation that we're debating today. It is called Bill 12, and as the member opposite suggested, it's about Motor Vehicle Amendment Act of 2025. This government is making a commitment to make all of our roads safer for current drivers and all of our future drivers for the decades and years to come. And we're doing that by improving accessibility and modifying 2 driver's license programs. The first is called the Graduated Licensing Program, known as the GLP. The second is the Motorcyclist Licensing Program, known as the MLP. So as we know, BC's population has grown incredibly, and we have not updated this legislation in the past 17 and 26 years, respectively. That's an entire generation of new drivers on the roads and an entire generation of increased road congestion, and we really need to keep up with the times. So the Graduated Licensing Program is a multi-stage driver's licensing system designed to reduce the exposure of new, inexperienced drivers to higher risk situations, and it's a cornerstone of safety in BC. It's proven to reduce crashes for new drivers, and we're hearing also about increased barriers to accessing a driver's license, especially for Indigenous peoples, immigrants, and people living in rural and remote areas. A perfect example of that, and we hear it time and time again, is somebody living on the Southern Gulf Islands, for example, or the Kwadacha Nation. You have to book an appointment, and then you have to go to the ferry terminal, get someone to drive you, take a ferry to Sydney, and then travel from the ferry terminal to the driver licensing office. After the appointment, you have to get that person to drive you back to the ferry terminal and then take the ferry home. If a driver does not pass their road test, they may need to wait 24 hours before doing it all over again. This is not a fair burden for a lot of rural youngsters who would love to be able to get their licenses early. And these proposed changes will also align BC with evidence-based programs from across Canada as well as internationally. I just want to talk about the replacement that we're making as well to the motorcycle licensing plan as well. Let's talk first actually about the second major change to introduce a streamlined GLP for mature drivers aged 25 and over. So crash risk, we know this, is closely tied to age. While all new drivers start with a higher crash risk due to inexperience, ICBC insurance data indicates that new drivers aged 25 and older have an initial crash risk that is 20% lower than drivers aged 16 to 24. And given that lower crash risk, reducing the duration of learner and novice periods for mature drivers will help support this age group who are often juggling employment and family responsibilities as well. This also creates a good pathway for smaller rural communities, Indigenous communities, and new immigrants who may face multiple barriers to obtaining a driver's license. Another really important thing is this will reduce the age of parental consent to access a license to 18 years old. That aligns with the age of consent for getting automobile insurance and is consistent with most other jurisdictions in Canada. This is also a fairness issue as well as a safety issue. We've heard that requiring parental consent up until age 19 may be a barrier to accessing a license for youth in care and for Indigenous communities. Motorcyclists. The safety of new and inexperienced motorcyclists is a long outstanding concern for this government. When I was a kid, I desperately wanted a horse. My dad, who grew up on a farm with a horse, suggested it was way too much work. So instead I had a little Yamaha YZ80 and spent the next 10 years of my life until I was 16 using that as a vehicle. I went and got my motorcycle license when I was 16 after driving on the dirt roads for 10 years, and I borrowed my friend's bike and I crashed. And that was the last time that I ever rode a motorcycle. We know motorcycle crashes are incredibly deadly compared to those vehicle drivers. Crash risk for motorcyclists are also closely tied to age, and while all new drivers start with a higher crash risk, ICBC insurance data indicates that new drivers as well, aged 25 years and older, have a lower risk of crashing. The proposed changes also recognize that safety riding a motorcycle is a skill set distinct from driving a passenger vehicle, and that motorcycle riders are largely unprotected in the event of a crash. Riders sustain more severe injuries and are more than 3 times likely to be injured or killed in a crash in BC compared to those in passenger vehicles. And the sad truth of it is 65% of motorcycle riders in crashes are injured and killed. 34% of motorcycle crashes are single vehicle crashes. So under this current licensing program, 95% of people wanting to get a motorcycle license can do so in 30 days. It's difficult to learn these distinct and safe riding skills in just 30 days. So this proposed change will give riders more time to build the skills to ride safely and to support safer outcomes for new motorcyclists on our roads. And I dare to say, had I had these new proposed changes, I would still be riding my motorcycle today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing now our member from Penticton-Summerland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, I think, a really interesting and important piece of legislation. As has been noted in this House already, road safety, especially for young people is a really important issue in British Columbia, and road injuries and fatalities, whether it's in cars or motorcycles, is one of the leading causes of injury and death. As well, I want to note that it's great that the government is trying to streamline a process that admittedly is very backlogged. In fact, my constituency office has received many complaints from individuals who are trying to obtain a road test, whether it's a first or second test, and have been waiting for upwards of 6 months, which can have a big impact on a person's mobility, insurance prices, life, even employability in some cases require you to have a certain level of driver's license. So streamlining a backlog system is very important. However, there are some concerns about the way this legislation is drafted. So in proposing to eliminate the second Class 5 road test, which historically has been a critical safety checkpoint for new drivers, it's unclear how to confirm that new drivers are expected to navigate complex driving situations without formal education, which could put themselves and others at risk. The impact on road safety in the government's claim that removing the second road test will not impact road safety doesn't seem to be, as of this stage, backed by sufficient data or evidence. Driver education has been shown to reduce crash rates by 13%, yet only 4% of BC's new drivers receive formal training, compared to 40 to 60% in other provinces. So when we're talking about policy or legislation that could improve road safety, in my opinion, I would have done that first before I removed the second test, just because it's hard for people to access that second test. We will address this in committee, but questions remain for the minister related to policies that could incentivize such driver training. In terms of cyclist safety, the removal of that formal driver education checkpoint in the form of the second test could also put cyclists at risk. And as we've seen, more and more cyclists are on the road at all times. There are bike lanes and other forms of designated areas to create safety for them, but nonetheless, it's increasingly important for drivers to be aware of cyclists. And that doesn't seem to be addressed, but could be through actual formal driver training. 80% of cyclist crashes happen at intersections, often due to driver distraction or failure to yield. And new drivers must be adequately trained to share the roads safely with cyclists and other vulnerable road users. And so my understanding, Mr. Speaker, of the government's position is that experience is one of the most important factors for driver safety. And it's hard to argue with that because the statistics do bear out that the longer you drive, the safer you are with more experience. So the legislation says that if you go 12 months with a clean driving record, you don't have to have the test. But the problem that I see with the way that's drafted is that we've all seen that there are plenty of really bad drivers out there on the road that aren't necessarily getting caught every time they do something. It's easily foreseeable that a driver of whatever age could go 12 months and engage in risky or inexperienced driving and actually simply not get caught. So that's why something like an actual test is an important safeguard. In terms of the way the legislation is drafted, we have concerns about sweeping powers without consultation. So Bill 12 grants the government sweeping powers to introduce fees and fines without any consultation with the public or relevant stakeholders. And it's unclear as to exactly what those fees or fines could look like. But it doesn't even need to bear repeating how difficult the economy is on British Columbians today. And something like expensive tickets or fees and fines, when most British Columbians are within $200 to $500 of bankruptcy at this point, that is very significant. It shows a lack of transparency and accountability, and it's not the best example of a democratic process to have a piece of legislation that imposes such sweeping powers without consultation. It's something that we have seen recurring in other pieces of legislation from this government, that they often leave themselves a regulatory back door to make changes either with cabinet powers or in other ways that avoid votes in the House. There's financial implications associated with Bill 12, as it is expected to generate additional revenue through fees and fines, but it's unclear how that revenue will be used. So that's another question that we would like to explore in committee. And as of this time, it appears that there's no commitment to reinvest that potential revenue in road safety or driver education programs, which, as I've already said, has been shown to be one of the most effective ways to improve road safety. Section 23, the driving experience requirements. This amendment allows the government to prescribe different amounts of driving experience to different classes of persons. And there's no clear criteria or guidelines as to how this will be applied, which opens the door to inconsistencies in drivers' licensing and competence. It is unclear what is meant by classes of person and whether this will result in arbitrary rule changes or potential unfair treatment. So that's something we would like to also clarify in committee. And Section 25, the testing conditions and education, in eliminating the mandatory road testing, the secondary road testing for novice drivers, expands the regulatory authority for ICBC to shorten or change waiting periods and conditions for new drivers. Section 25 also gives ICBC the authority to approve driver education courses and reduce wait times for drivers who complete them, which is something that we would support in order for efficiency. But there doesn't appear to be any clear oversight, quality standards, or evaluation mechanisms, which risks inconsistency and unfairness in how novice drivers are assessed or fast-tracked. And I will note that one of the motivations behind this legislation that I do really support is that it's true that folks in rural areas and disproportionately Indigenous people are having trouble accessing these road tests, which is a problem. So there are people that we can identify that are disproportionately affected by it. But in building in this same regulatory inconsistency could promote other forms of unfairness in how novice drivers are assessed or fast-tracked. Section 25 allows conditions that can be imposed or altered by regulation to classes of persons, again, without transparent definitions as to what that means or accountability. The graduated licensing program, as has been referenced by my friend across the aisle, it is quite an older program. It was introduced in 1998, and I believe that Ontario is the only other province that currently has the two-step road testing, as British Columbia does. So it's true that it is high time that we took a look at this legislation and we took a look at this policy. But there was a reason that that second test was implemented in the first place, and that was not only to enforce that experience helps drivers have safety, but it's a verification process, Mr. Speaker. So my concern with the legislation is that it's not actually increasing the conditions for road safety. It's actually just eliminating the checkpoint that determines whether or not that person is safe on the road. So some of the questions we would be considering in committee is what has changed after 25 years? Other than the fact that administratively there is a backlog, because in my respectful opinion, that's not a good reason to change legislation just because you have an administrative problem. I mean, if safety is the issue, fix the administrative problem. Why is it now suddenly safe to drive with less testing and less training? Where would the data be showing that the original concerns about 16 to 25-year-olds no longer apply? Questions that we'll be exploring is whether police support the GLP model and the position of the BC RCMP and chiefs of police on removing the key parts. And we'll be reaching out to those stakeholders so that we can explore that further in committee. And those are my comments for today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing a member from Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today to speak to Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act. Let me begin by acknowledging the Minister of Public Safety and the Solicitor General and the Minister of Transportation and all the staff and officials who worked to bring this bill forward. The Motor Vehicle Act was last significantly updated in 1996. So after 3 decades, this modernization is both timely and necessary. This bill touches nearly every British Columbian, whether it's a young person earning their first N, a parent teaching their child to drive, a tradesperson who depends on their license to work, or a senior that is renewing their credentials as transportation connects all of us. Safe, fair, and modern licensing rules are essential for both public safety and economic mobility. Bill 12 aims to reduce the significant backlogs in our driver testing system. We've all heard the stories, month-long waits for road tests, frustrated families, and lost work opportunities. By allowing ICBC to waive unnecessary testing and focus evaluations where they're needed, this bill would help free up resources and shorten those long delays. These changes benefit all, especially for those in rural and remote communities that have to travel to complete their road tests. This amendment gives Cabinet flexibility to adjust the waiting period for novice drivers to move from an N to a full license based on evidence and circumstances rather than rigid timelines in law. My concern, though, is will Cabinet establish a committee to determine benchmarks for said evidence and circumstances? I mean, as Conservatives, we believe in personal responsibility, competence, and accountability. We support the principle that anybody operating a motor vehicle in British Columbia should be fully qualified and proven capable. So while streamlining is good, efficiency must never come at the expense of safety. Any exemption from testing must be grounded in demonstrated ability, not merely in the passage of time or a course completion. This bill also grants ICBC and Cabinet broader regulatory powers, particularly in comparing out-of-province licenses and offences, approving driver education programs, and defining waiting periods for novice drivers. These powers make sense in principle. However, we need consistency across jurisdictions. But, Honourable Speaker, with expanded power must come expanded accountability. Sections 23 and 25 of this bill refer repeatedly to prescribed classes of persons, yet no definition of who those people are and how those classes are formed or what criteria will apply. That lack of clarity leaves room for unequal treatment and inconsistent regulation. British Columbians deserve to know in advance how these powers will be used. Transparency builds trust. Secrecy erodes it. So I urge the government to publish clear guidelines for consultation and regulatory development before these powers take effect. One section I agree with is the expansion of the distracted driving prohibitions. The law will not prohibit electronic devices use amongst new vehicle riders, classes 6L, 8, and 8L, joining Class 7 and 7L novice drivers under a zero-tolerance rule. This change is welcome as distracted driving remains one of the leading causes of preventable crashes and fatalities. If you're learning to drive, your hands should be on the wheel. Your eyes should be on the road, and your mind should be on the task. No texts, no calls, no excuses. However, those already licensed before the amendments will be exempt, and that could lead to confusion, Mr. Speaker. I urge the government to ensure clear communication and public education to make enforcement fair and consistent. Bill 12 also empowers Cabinet to recognize and approve driver education courses that can shorten wait times for novice drivers. That's a good direction if the standards remain high, they remain consistent and affordable. Driver education must never become a two-tiered system where safety and opportunity depend on income. Let's make sure that training programs are accessible to all British Columbians, not just those who can afford the premium package. Honourable Speaker, I want to bring to this discussion back to what truly matters, and that's the human side of law. 6 weeks ago, our province was shaken by the death of a young 12-year-old boy, Xavier. He was struck and killed while rollerblading with his brother in the Cowichan Valley. The driver, a teenager, speed was a factor, and a life was lost. In the aftermath of Xavier's family discovered that our current legal framework leaves no immediate protection for reckless drivers, no instant license suspension, no guarantee for community safety. Their petition calls for immediate suspensions in extreme cases and for lifetime driving bans upon conviction for those found guilty of causing such tragedies. Their message is simple. If you kill someone through reckless driving, you shouldn't be on the road. Not tomorrow, not ever. Bill 12 begins to work on modernization, but it doesn't yet close that gap. We can and must go further to ensure that reckless behavior on our roads carries swift and certain consequences. No family should ever have to wonder if the person who killed their child is still out there driving. We already have immediate suspensions for suspected impairment, even before the court acts. So why not for extreme reckless driving that causes serious harm or death? Honourable Speaker, we on this side of the House appreciate modernization. However, we remain cautious as regulatory power must not become regulatory overreach. Flexibility must not become ambiguity. Modernization must not come at the cost of public trust. We will watch closely to ensure implementation is transparent, it is fair, and it is truly focused on road safety. Because at the end of the day, this isn't just about tests or licenses. It's about keeping our communities safe. It's about ensuring that every British Columbian who gets behind the wheel understands the responsibility that comes with it. It's about honoring lives like the young boy we lost, by doing better, by making our roads safer, our laws stronger, and our system more just. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Member, recognizing the member from Vancouver, Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a parent of 2 young adult sons and as someone with close friends who ride motorcycles, I deeply welcome Bill 12 and the proposed updates to the graduated licensing program and the new motorcyclist licensing program. These changes reflect the realities of today's drivers and riders, making the system fairer, more accessible, and above all, safer. Learning to drive is one of the biggest milestones in a young person's life. I still remember when my sons first got behind the wheel. Equal parts excitement and nerves. Like many parents, I worried about their safety, not because they were careless, but because driving experience takes time. Experience cannot be rushed, and it can't always be tested in one single moment. That's why the proposed bill to replace the second road test with a longer supervised period makes so much sense. It builds in more time for real-world learning and accountability without adding unnecessary barriers and costs. British Columbia has long prided itself on high road safety standards, and these changes keep that commitment intact while aligning with the evidence. We are currently one of only 2 provinces in Canada that requires a second road test to earn a full license. Yet there is no clear data showing that this extra test improves safety outcomes. What does improve safety is consistent, responsible driving over time, and that's exactly what this bill emphasizes. Under the proposed model, new Class 5 drivers will continue to operate under restrictions for a 12-month period, during which they must demonstrate clean, responsible driving. If they incur a penalty or violation, that clock resets. This approach rewards good habits and reinforces safe behavior far better than a one-time test ever could. It also helps remove barriers for people in rural and remote areas where getting a road test can mean long drives, missed work days, and expensive travel. As a parent, I know how much stress the current system can create. My eldest son, who works full-time and attends school, waited nearly 3 months for a second road test appointment. He was confident, capable, and had already proven his skills by driving safely for 2 years. The delay did not make him a safer driver, it only added frustration. For many young adults juggling school, work, or caregiving responsibilities, these barriers can stand in the way of independence and opportunity. Simplifying this process while maintaining accountability through a structured 12-month restriction period is a smart, compassionate move. Equally important are the changes being proposed for motorcycle licensing. I have several close friends who are passionate riders. They often talk about how exhilarating it feels to ride through BC's beautiful landscapes. But they're also quick to remind me that motorcycling is unforgiving of mistakes. One friend, a seasoned rider with over 20 years of experience, still wears full protective gear every time he rides, no matter how short the trip. He often says, it's not about looking tough, it's about coming home safe. The proposed motorcyclist licensing program with mandatory protective gear and zero tolerance for drugs and alcohol reflects the same philosophy. These measures aren't about restrictions, they're about respect for the power of the machine and the vulnerability of the rider. Too many families have been impacted by motorcycle crashes that could have been prevented with better training, protection, or safety awareness. These new standards will help save lives while preserving the freedom and joy that responsible riders value. Another important part of this bill is that it recognizes maturity and experience. Research shows that drivers over 25 are significantly less likely to crash than younger drivers. By adjusting timelines and requirements for older new drivers, the legislation ensures fairness and focuses resources where they're needed most, on high-risk, inexperienced drivers. It's a balanced, evidence-based approach that reflects how people actually learn and grow.
Members, sorry to interrupt you. I believe we are going to hear just for a moment from the member from Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Members, shall leave be granted?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, my fellow colleague from Surrey White Rock apologizes. He's in a committee meeting, but he did want to make sure that the students from White Rock Christian Academy, the second group coming through today, were recognized, and again, another group of grade 5 students and adults, and this is again, to the students, sorry, I just lost my track of thinking there, which does happen when we're on the floor in this chamber from time to time, even for some of us. But anyways, we are debating Bill 12, which is about driver's licensing rules and how long you do or don't have to have a learner's license and the number of tests you would take. And so obviously with yourselves in grade 5 and moving forward in life, this will start impacting you very shortly as you start to dream about getting your first driver's license. So I hope you enjoy the debate, and will the House please make them all welcome.
Welcome to the students from White Rock and to everybody in our gallery. My apologies, Vancouver Langara, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So ultimately, these proposed changes are about building confidence, not just for drivers and riders, but for parents, families, and communities. They ensure that the path to a full license is accessible, fair, and rooted in real safety outcomes. They also give ICBC and its staff the flexibility to manage testing demand more effectively, reducing backlogs while maintaining strong public safety oversight. We have all seen how one moment of inexperience on the road can change lives forever. I have known families who have lost loved ones in crashes that might have been prevented with better training or more safety gear. Every measure that keeps young people, riders, and all road users safer is a step worth taking. This legislation isn't about making things easier. It's about making them smarter. It modernizes a decades-old system to reflect today's realities, aligning them with the best practices across Canada and beyond. For parents, for riders, and for everyone who shares the road, these changes bring peace of mind and a renewed commitment to safety. I wholeheartedly support Bill 12 and urge others to do the same. It's practical, data-driven, and deeply human, just like the roads and the people it's meant to protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Now, recognizing our member from Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2025, and to share my questions and concerns about the direction that this government is taking with our motor vehicle laws, particularly with the changes that will affect every single new driver, every family, and every community across British Columbia, especially when it comes to road safety. So on the government-owned release, it states the government of BC has introduced legislation to allow ICBC, in partnership with Road Safety BC, to modernize BC Graduated Licensing Program, GLP, while maintaining a high standard of safety on BC roads. Now, as someone from a younger generation, I fully support modernization, and I welcome innovation, welcome efficiency. But my question is whether the claim, while maintaining a high standard of safety on BC roads, would truly hold up under scrutiny. Because what I've seen in this bill may actually weaken road safety and not maintaining it. Under the bill, if passed, drivers with Class 7 novice license and a clean driving record will no longer needed to take a second road test to graduate to a full Class 5 license. Instead, the change introduced to a 12-month restriction period during which driver must demonstrate safe driving behaviors. That sounds good in theory, but what does that actually mean in practice? So my question to the government is, how exactly is that going to be tested or monitored? What does demonstrating safe driving behavior means after the first and only test? Does that simply mean having no traffic infractions, no speeding tickets, no distracted driving tickets? Because if that's the case, then the government is assuming no ticket automatically equal to safe driving. and that's a dangerous assumption. That needs to be clearly defined and explained by the government, because by removing the second road test, we lose a critical checkpoint, the opportunity to confirm that the new drivers truly have the ability, the judgment, and the discipline required to drive safely on our increasingly complex roads. While the government framed this change is streamlining licensing and reducing administrative burden, what it actually does is removing one of the most essential safety safeguards in the GLP program. The second test that ensures drivers have developed sufficient real-world experience and skills behind the wheel. A driver may technically have a very clean record, yet still lack the reflexes, awareness, and the split-second decision-making ability to handle today's traffic conditions safely. So let me ask a few questions. What if a person passed their first road test, but rarely drives afterwards? They might barely drive once or twice a month, and after a year, they automatically qualify for a full license. Does ICBC or this government knows how much that person actually has driven? No, there's no mechanism to track their mileage, the experience, or the exposure to the challenging conditions. Yet, this new bill would give them the same full Class 5 license as every single person. Now, let's consider another driver, a young person who drives every day, maybe to work or to school, logging over 20,000 kilometers in a single year. They have built real experience on the road, but one day they got a speeding ticket, 10, 15, or 20 kilometers over the limit on a downhill stretch. Under this new system, that single ticket would prevent him from graduating to a full license. So which of these two drivers do you think is actually safer? The one who barely drives and never got caught doing nothing wrong, or the one actually drive daily and made one small speeding ticket mistake? This is what the second road test was originally meant to assess, not whether somebody got a ticket, but whether they have developed proper driving habits and competence over time. So let's talk about what the second test actually measures then. That test is where instructors, examiners look for fundamentals of safe, confidence driving, things that not a record system can measure. Do they shoulder check every time they change lanes? Do they signal constantly when turning? Do they look ahead far enough to anticipate danger? Do they understand who has the right of way at the four-way stops? Can they back into a parking stall without going back and forth 20 or 10 times, confusing or panicking? Can they merge smoothly onto a highway without crossing two lanes as one? These are real-world skills that keep our roads safe. And these skills can only be tested in person, not by assumption or speeding tickets. Now, some may laugh I'm just fear-mongering or exaggerating, that I'm just making up scenarios. Unfortunately, that's not the case. If you don't believe me, I encourage every single one of you, go online tonight, look at the social media groups. Metro Vancouver learns park and drive, or Richmond learns to park and drive. These pages are filled with daily photos and videos. I have some here. Too bad I cannot show you the videos, but I can show you some photos. Most of them involve legally licensing drivers. You will see cars stopped diagonally across intersections, drivers reversing down exit ramps, turning from the middle lane, or driving the wrong way down a one-way street. These are not isolated incidents. They happen every single day. Go on the page and take a look, you will know. These online communities documented the realities of our roads: collisions, near misses, reckless turns, and this example of drivers who technically pass their test but still lack the fundamental road awareness. A clean record is not equal to safe driving. It just means you haven't been caught yet. So let me share a few recent posts from these groups, all within the past few days. It's 21 hours ago in downtown Vancouver, and I quote, the person said, "Right turn from a middle lane, through a red light, and through the crosswalk and bike lane must have been an urgent business." I have the photo here. I don't know which one because there's too many here. 17 hours ago in Vancouver, how to run a red light in safe manner. And this person is a new driver with a
Member.
Can I show that or not?
I would prefer you didn't. Our
Okay,
standing
all right.
orders
I'll
don't
just say it out
allow
there.
for any kind of props at all.
Sure.
Thank you, member.
Yesterday at 9:42 a.m. in Richmond, a CRV driver made an illegal U-turn and gave me a middle finger. If there was a collision, you will be 100% liable. Yesterday at 8:26 a.m. in Vancouver, the driver probably thinks they have the quickest car in the world, but it still causes a couple of other drivers, including myself, to slam on the brakes to avoid a crash. 2 days ago at 12:43 p.m., how is this even possible? And a photo showed a car parked up on a curb. And most alarming, 2 incidents just last month. A driver with a new driver sign have caught driving the wrong way on C2 Sky Highway. Wrong way on C2 Sky Highway. And I have another photo, a video, a new car driver with a new driver sign driving on a bike lane on the wrong way on Low-Hit Highway in Burnaby. I think there are some Burnaby MLAs here. Maybe you want to take a look and make sure our road is safe. Thankfully, other vehicles on the road reacted quickly, and a major tragedy was avoided. And these aren't stories that I made up. These are real-world stories right here in our province, on our street every day, in your community. So let me tell you another example. My own Richmond constituency office is located right beside a bus loop. And every single day, we see more than a dozen cars driving directly into that bus stops, ignoring multiple do not enter or bus only signs. It has gotten to a point where Richmond RCMP and Metro Vancouver Transit Police now station officers there regularly, ticketing drivers who made that mistake. Some might call it a good source of revenue for the province, but I care far more about safety than about how much money we can collect from the traffic fines. And the question is, how did these drivers ever get their license in the first place? If we remove the second test, how much worse will this problem get? We're living in an era of increasingly complex road environment. From a public safety perspective, the removal of the second road test is particularly concerning in high-density urban areas. Metro Vancouver, Richmond, Burnaby, for example, presents challenging traffic conditions where drivers must constantly navigate heavy traffic flows, dense cyclist and pedestrian activity, and unpredictable roadway situations. A single initial road test is unlikely to be adequate prepared for new drivers for these realities, especially over a multi-month learner or novice period. The second road test traditionally served as an essential checkpoint, confirming that drivers were not only accumulating experience, but also applying their theoretic knowledge safely and effectively in real-world scenarios. The removal of this eliminating the critical safeguard that helps prevent collisions and incidents involving inexperienced drivers. We now face more cyclists and pedestrians sharing the road than ever before. More distracted driving from phones and touchscreens, and increasingly congested traffic in cities like Richmond, Vancouver, Burnaby, Surrey. Removing the second road test doesn't simplify this complexity, it's just ignoring it. It assumes that the absence of tickets equal to the presence of competence, but as every single experienced driver knows, that's simply not true. What we need is more practical training and stronger verification, not less. We should be enhancing road safety education, not weakening it. Honourable Speaker, we all know that ICBC is facing a serious backlog of over 6 months for the Class 5 road test across much of British Columbia. In some areas, people have to wait for even longer just to get an appointment, especially in the rural and Indigenous area. I've heard from family, student, workers who are forced to delay jobs, schools, and daily responsibilities because they can't book a test. But instead of fixing the backlog problem, the government have chosen the easy way out, to rewrite the rules and removing the second road test altogether. That's not modernization. It's just a meeting failure. The government has many years to improve ICBC's backlog and capacity. They could have hired more examiners, opened weekend testing hours, expanding mobile testing units to rural areas, etc. They could have invested in more efficiency instead of cutting corners today. Instead, after vowing to shorten the backlog they created, they now use this backlog as an excuse to weaken one of the most important safety guard in our licensing system. Convenience cannot come before safety. We cannot allow the government incompetence to become the reason to lower our standards. A 6 months delay might be inconvenient, but a lifetime of regrets caused by preventable crashes is far worse. Honorable Speaker, every single MLA in this chamber wants our road to be more safe. I'm sure about that. And every parent wants their child to learn to drive with confidence and responsibility. And we heard from the stories of our colleague yesterday, it's saddened for a police officer to go to the parents and say, your kid is not coming back today. So every driver wants to trust the person next to them at the intersection is competent and alert, not someone who simply didn't get a ticket for 12 months. Bill 12 may have good intention, I don't disagree that, but the intention alone don't guarantee safety. Removing the second road test may reduce administrative costs for ICBC, but it risks increasing accident, confusion, insurance claim down the road literally. And modernization should mean improvement, not simplification at the expense of safety. So let me start with some simple question, one that I think every member in this chamber should ask their constituents. Do they feel that our roads have become safer than before? Many of my colleagues across the aisle is from Metro Vancouver, Burnaby, Vancouver, Surrey, Coquitlam, Richmond, Delta. You drive on the same roads as we all do. You see what's happening, and I encourage you, ask the constituents tonight, do they feel safer on the road today than they did a few years ago? I asked that question in my riding in Richmond Center. Do you know what I heard? Zero. 0 people told me that they believe the roads are safer. Not even one person told me, oh, I feel so safe now. That's not an opinion, it's a reflection of reality. So when I talk to parents, seniors, professional drivers, delivery workers, they all say the same thing. Aggressive driving has increased. Road rage incidents gone up. Basic driving courtesy has declined. And even law-abiding drivers no longer feel secure. So if the government do not want to take the testimony from me, photos or videos from citizens online, let's look at something they do trust, the poll and the data then. According to 2025 BCA survey, 70% of British Columbians admit they have little or no knowledge of BC slowdown move over law. The very law meant to protect roadside workers, emergency responders, and tow truck operators. Even more alarming, 81% of the respondents said they regularly see poor driving behavior. People fail to slow down or move over when approaching stopped vehicles with flashing lights. So if 8 out of 10 drivers are openly admitting they see unsafe behavior every single week or days, what does that say about the state of driver education and awareness in our province? All of these isn't only a survey showing decline in driving skills and confidence. In 2024, Ipsos conducted a survey on behalf of ICBC. They're saying a widespread lack of confidence among BC drivers, particularly when it comes to navigating multi-lane roundabouts. Only 29% said they feel confidence driving through a roundabout with multiple lanes. That means 7 out of 10 drivers feels confused or unsure in these common intersections. Male driver reported slightly higher confidence at 34%, female drivers were at 24%, but regardless of gender, the majority admit that they struggle with basic rules, including who has the right of way when entering a roundabout. Now imagine the same driver merging onto a highway, changing lanes at high speed, or reacting to an emergency vehicle in rush hour traffic. And here's another reality check. October 1st has just passed it, the official start of winter tire season in BC. Yet I would bet, and I say that respectfully, that even in this very chamber, many of our members could not correctly distinguish between a winter tire and a slow tire, or between an all-season and an all-weather tire. If we, as legislators, struggles to even clearly understand something as basic as tires classification, what about the thousands of new drivers we license every single month? This is not a laughing matter, because when roads become slippery, when visibility drops, and when somebody loses control, the outcome can be deadly. And that brings me to the heart of the issue, the removal of the second Class 5 road test. Under the current GLP, a new driver must pass 2 practical tests. The first one, Class 7 road test, which focuses on basic vehicle controls, traffic rules, and awareness. The Class 5 test, which comes about 24 months later, designed to assess to assess the advanced driving skills and real-world experience. And a test on the highway, something that's not done in the first test. But under this Bill 12, the second test will be eliminated. Yet the government has yet to explain whether there will be any changes to the first Class 7 test to make up for that loss. Will it become more challenging, more comprehensive, or better at measuring real-world skills, driving skills? And if so, will that means more people will fail the first test? There's nothing in this bill that clarifies any of these. No detail, no framework, no assurance. It raises serious questions about how the government plans to maintain safety standard when one of the most important checkpoints is being completely removed. So now pause and think about what that actually means to removing the second road test. This is not just a bureaucratic change. It's a removal of the safety checkpoint, a critical moment that determines whether a driver has truly matured and learned to handle complex, high-risk driving experience. Statistics from ICBC show approximately 33% of applicants failed their second road test, the Class 5 test. 33%. In case you're not listening, it's 33% who failed the second test. That's not a small number. That's nearly 1/3 of the driver under the current system are recognized not ready for a full unrestricted driving privilege. These are individuals who are still struggling with lane discipline, merging onto highways, or maintaining awarenesses in complex traffic environments, like intersection or school zones. Some may not yet have the experience to react properly to cyclists, pedestrians, and sudden lane change obstructions. By removing this crucial step, the government is essentially saying the extra layer of verification isn't necessary anymore. Well, I respectfully ask, how are we ensuring about those 33% will not get their full license under the new bill? And I believe most British Columbians would too. The original Class 5 test is to protect all of us, drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, pedestrians alike, from the risk posed by an inexperienced or overconfident driver who are not yet ready for the full responsibility of a Class 5 license. Let me share more important figures that highlight how essential the safeguard is. In 2021, roughly 25,000 people failed their second road test. In 2022, about 20,000 people failed the second test. That's meant every single year. The original system prevented 20,000 to 25,000 drivers who believed they were ready, who have already been driving up to 2 years, were found by trained examiners they're not yet ready to meet the standards of full independent driving. Think about it. Without the second test, these 20,000 individuals who have been automatically upgraded to a full Class 5 license, allowing them to drive anywhere, anytime without restrictions, to be on a road. That's not modernization. That's gambling with public safety. So, under this Bill 12, all of these drivers who will pass automatically after time, not after skill. So when the government claims the reform will streamline the process, we must ask, at what cost? Are we willing to trade for the safety of thousands of British Columbians for the sake of convenience? The government argued that extending the 12-month periods before full licensing will give drivers more experience. But experience alone does not equal to competence. A driver can spend 2 years driving the same quiet residential route, never once encountering high-speed highway conditions, never once drive it in the winter weather, and still be granted a full license under this bill. Without the second test, we don't know, we have no way to verify that the driver has gained a well-rounded experience. We don't know if the driver has correctly previously observed the weaknesses and developed the confidence and judgment needed for our complex situation on the road. In other words, this bill replaces measured accountability with assumed readiness. The purpose of licensing system isn't just to test drivers, it's to protect the public. It's not about bureaucracy or delay, it's about protection and prevention. If 33% of drivers fail the second test, it's not a sign of the failure in the system. It's a sign that the system is actually working. It meant examiners at ICBC are doing their job. ensuring that only those who are fully capable can earn the full driving privilege. So let's look at more statistics of what actually happened on our road. In 2024, ICBC reported 593 crashes across the province. Out of those, 82,000 occurred in the Lower Mainland, a 6% increase from the previous year. So even under our current system, our accident rate actually gone up. So let's be honest. The data does not support the claim of our roads are safer, and that reducing the tests will improve the outcome. All right, let's talk about consultation. When the government is making changes to Bill 12, who have they actually consulted? Were the police consulted, the men and women on the front line who respond to collision and sees the real-world consequence of unsafe driving every single day? Were certified driving schools and professional examiners consulted? The instructors who train new drivers and understand firsthand how essential the second road test is for developing real-world skills and confidence? Were road safety researchers or trauma experts from our hospital, do you guys ask for their input, given that they deal directly with the aftermath of preventable crashes? I would love to know that consultation have made before the bill is being tailored. In Bill 12, government also proposed a shorter period of driving experience for drivers who are over 25 years old. If that change are approved, these drivers would need to at least 9 months of safe driving as a learner, then 12 months as a novice, removing the driver training incentive for new drivers age 25 and older. The government claimed the change is justified because older new drivers are less risky, but again, that's questionable. According to the Transportation Canada's Motor Vehicle Collision statistic, drivers aged 25 to 34 are among those with the highest rate of fatalities and serious injuries in collision across Canada. In fact, that group consistently ranked alongside the 16 to 24 years old in the collision data. I heard the minister speaking yesterday, and I don't disagree that. With the same level of skill, a 25-plus-year-old driver might be safer than the 19-year-old. However, without a test to confirm that skill and experience, a 40-year-old driver can be just as bad or even worse than a 20-year-old behind the wheel. Now, I do want to acknowledge one part of the bill that moves in the right direction, and that's the new motorcycle licensing program. This portion introduced enhanced safety measures, including mandatory protective gear and updated training requirements. As someone who personally holds a motorcycle license, I can tell you that motorcycle test is much more demanding, not because of physical control of the bike, but because it focuses heavily on defensive driving and situational awareness. You're trained to constantly assess risk. I remember my instructor told me, when on a motorcycle, you have to assume everybody is trying to kill you. And that saved me from being in the hospital today. So I hope in the new test, in the new system, we will see a more comprehensive, more challenging, and focus on defensive driving, a test that can actually protect all of us. I wish the same level of defensive training and testing, the Class 6, can actually apply to all new drivers, because awareness, not just skill, is saved lives. I only have 4 minutes left, so let's fast track. There's another layer to this issue, and it's about accountability and legislative transparency. Bill 12 may appear to focus on simplifying the licensing process, but in reality, it does much more than that. It grants broad regulatory authority to ICBC and the Cabinet to shape the future of driver licensing in BC. That's not modernization. That's the delegation of power without transparency. In Section 23, it provides new regulation-making power that allows the government to prescribe different amounts of driving experience or different classes of persons. But nowhere in the bill is there a clear definition of what constitutes to a class of person. Does this mean different standards could be applied to driver based on age, region, gender, or even occupation? The absence of clear definitions opens the door to unequal treatment and policy inconsistency. Meanwhile, Section 25 goes even further by authorizing Cabinet to make regulations regarding the issuance of a license to novice drivers. including the power to prescribe minimum driving periods and training requirement. Again, these are fundamental components of the GLP, elements that should be determined by legislation and evidence-based consultation, not by discretionary regulation. So, Honourable Speaker, before this government claims it is maintaining a high standard of safety, I urge them to look again at the evidence, consult driving instructors, and listen to the experience of British Columbians who see these dangers firsthand every day on our roads. Go online, go to the 2 pages, you'll be amazed how bad and how dangerous our road is right now. And make sure our licensing system doesn't just produce drivers with clean record, with no speeding ticket or no distracted driving tickets, but these must be safe, capable, and responsible drivers who can truly handle the realities of British Columbia's road. Because road safety isn't about efficiency, it's about lives. Until we have those answers, this bill remains deeply flawed. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our member from Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm honored to be back in the House with colleagues and the government across the aisle. I'm here to speak today on Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2025, a bill that aims to modernize British Columbia's driving license system. It also wants to reduce delays and enhance road safety. These are goals that we all share. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when my father taught me how to drive in a four-door Chevy Biscayne. That's a big car. And I remember my first time going through the tunnel from Vancouver to Ladner. I gripped that steering wheel like a grim reaper, thinking those walls were closing in on me, and I just cruised right on through, and I was so relieved to get to the other side. That was my first experience through that tunnel. The first time that my dad allowed me to take the car out by myself after I got my license was to pick up my sister at Dairy Queen on Main Street. So I pulled into a parking stall, waited for her. She jumped out of the Dairy Queen and into the car. I backed up and I hit a newly installed steel Ballard. And I dented that beautiful chrome bumper that reminded me every time I climbed into that car that I need to pay more attention. Well, the Conservative Party of British Columbia supports reasonable efforts to streamline the licensing process to ensure that drivers on our roads are competent, that they are trained, and that they are safe. However, while we support the intention, we are deeply concerned about the execution. Specifically, the broad and unchecked powers that this bill hands over to ICBC and Cabinet, and the lack of clear legislative oversight. This bill, as currently drafted, risks creating a regulatory framework that is confusing, it is inconsistent, and vulnerable to political manipulation rather than rooted on fairness, transparency, and competence. Now, I will probably be repeating themes that my colleagues have already raised and probably the ones that are coming behind me. I just want to thank my colleagues for their efforts to clarify some of the concerns that we do have. So let's start, first of all, with excessive delegation of power. There's a similar theme here, Mr. Speaker, with previous bills that this government has brought forward in last spring's session. Excessive delegation of power. Speaker, Section 23 and 25 of this bill grant ICBC and Cabinet sweeping authority to determine who must take a driving test, how long drivers must wait between licensing stages, and even which groups of people will face different requirements. All of that without any clear legislative guidelines. Cabinet could, for example, prescribe different amounts of driving experience for different classes of persons. But the bill provides no definitions, it provides no limits, It provides no explanation of how or why these differences must be justified. In essence, the legislator is being asked to hand over the steering wheel and simply trust that ICBC and the cabinet will drive us in the right direction. This is not about opposing modernization. It is about maintaining democratic accountability, regulations that affect tens of thousands of British Columbians should not be made behind closed doors without legislative review and public input. We must ensure that any changes to licensing standards are debated in this chamber. That's why we were all elected, not to ram things through, but openly discuss issues and concerns for all British Columbians. It should be done in the day, not quietly prescribed by regulation at some future arbitrary date. Number 2, vagueness and uncertainty. The bill repeatedly refers to prescribed classes and prescribed considerations, yet nowhere in the bill does it define what these terms mean. This kind of vagueness leaves too much to the interpretation. It opens the door for arbitrary decisions where different groups of drivers could face different rules without any clear rationale. Regulations could be changed at will, leading to confusion for drivers, inconsistency across regions, and frustration for young people trying to understand what rules apply to them. When the goal is to simplify the system, we cannot afford to replace one kind of red tape with another.
Okay, we'll just pause right there for a moment.
I never knew I had that effect.
You're on fire.
I'm on fire. Well, good one.
Lockdown. Going. So have the speaker reserve his right to.
Oh, they're locking us in. That's really comforting.
Member, I'd ask for you to reserve your right to speak and adjourn our debate, please.
I reserve the right to speak and adjourn debate.
Members, the question before the House is adjournment of debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
Calling the House to order. Committee Chair. Just stand there. Yeah. That's okay.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill number 9 complete without amendments.
Government House Leader,
When
shall the bill be read third time?
Now, Speaker.
Members, you heard the question is third reading of Bill number 9, Healthcare Cost Recovery Amendment Act 2025. Those participating remotely, if any, I don't know, they have to have their cameras on and audio, okay? So those who, just a second, hold it. Yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill 9, Healthcare Cost Recovery Amendment Act 2025 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call committee the whole Bill 10, the AG Statutes Amendment Act. And in this House, I call continued second reading on Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Apologies for that brief recess. Member from Abbotsford West, start where you left off, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to let those who are watching know that a fire alarm went off, and I just want to thank the Legislative Chamber staff for your efficient way of dealing with your protocols. We all feel very safe in these chambers under their leadership and direction. I left off with vagueness and uncertainty. When the goal is to simplify the system, we cannot afford to replace one kind of red tape with another. Number 3, competency and convenience. The government has said this bill will help reduce road test blockages, and that's certainly a good thing. But the solution cannot be to remove mandatory testing altogether. Testing exists for a reason, and it has for many, many years. All of us can attest to our children having to go through these tests and what they mean. It ensures that drivers, every driver on the road, has demonstrated their ability to operate a vehicle safely and competently. If ICBC is now allowed to exempt people from testing altogether, we risk lowering standards in the name of convenience. So let's be clear. Time served behind the wheel does not equal skill. The focus should always be competence, not convenience. And number 4, impact on young and new drivers. This bill also lowers the self-application age for a full license from 19 to 18 years old. That change is not necessarily problematic, but it must be accompanied by stronger training, education, and monitoring requirements. We should not rush new drivers into full licensure without evidence-based driving education and oversight. If the government wants to accelerate the licensing pathway, it should first prove that training programs are rigorous, standardized, and effective, not simply approved by bureaucratic discretion. That is why the Conservative Party calls for clear, evidence-based driver education standards, not regulated by decree. Number 5, fairness and equity. Another concern is fairness. This bill allows exemptions for those who already hold certain licenses before the law takes effect, effectively creating 2 classes of drivers under the same law. Why should someone who earned their license last month face stricter distracted driving rules than someone who earned it last year? If safety is truly the goal, then the rules should be consistent and equitable. Government must clearly justify why certain drivers are grandfathered in while others are not. Number 6, transparency and oversight. Perhaps the most troubling aspect of Bill 12 is how dependent it is on future regulations, none of which have been tabled, defined, or even debated. There is no requirement for public consultation, no mandatory legislative overview, and no reporting obligations on how these changes will affect road safety over time. This is simply not good governance. The Conservative Party calls for the government to commit to tabling all major regulations in the legislature for review before they take effect, and to publish annual safety reports showing the real-world impact of these changes on collisions, on violations, and road safety outcomes. If this bill truly improves safety, that evidence should be transparent and available for all British Columbians to see. I have a series of questions, and I'm sure these questions will also be asked during committee stage, but let me entertain you with some of them. Why is the government granting ICBC and Cabinet such sweeping and unrestrained regulatory powers without any requirement for legislative scrutiny or public accountability? Specifically, what justification can a minister offer for removing oversight from this House and concentrating so much decision-making authority in the hands of unelected bureaucrats and cabinet appointees? None of us got elected to abdicate our responsibilities to someone else. We have to be accountable. We have to answer the public, and this does not allow that. Under this bill, ICBC and Cabinet will be able to create and modify and exempt entire classes of drivers from licensing requirements, including determining who must take a test, how long waiting periods last, and what constitutes an acceptable driver education, all by regulation without debate or approval by elected representatives. How does the government reconcile this approach with the principles of democratic transparency, equality before the law, and responsible governance? Shouldn't the people of British Columbia and their elected MLAs have a direct say in the rules that affect every driver in this province? Question 2. Will the minister commit to ensure that all new regulations made under Bill 12 are brought before this House for review, debate before they come into force? Given that this bill delegates broad powers to Cabinet and to ICBC to determine licensing standards, testing requirements, and driver education criteria without direct legislative approval, will the minister agree that such far-reaching decisions must not be made behind closed doors? British Columbians deserve to know what rules are being changed, why they're being changed, and who they will affect. Will the minister therefore commit to a process of transparency and accountability, tabling all proposed regulations in this legislature, allowing members to scrutinize them, and giving the public an opportunity to provide input before they are implemented? Or does the government intend to move forward with major regulatory changes that affect every driver in this province without any legislative or public oversight? Question 2. How will the government ensure that the creation of prescribed classes of drivers under Bill 12 does not lead to unequal, inconsistent, or even discriminatory treatment among British Columbians? The bill allows Cabinet and ICBC to set different licensing rules, different waiting periods, and different testing requirements for various classes of persons. Yet it provides no clear criteria for how these distinctions will be made or how they will be justified. Without defined parameters in legislation, what safeguards exist to prevent arbitrary decision-making or even regional inconsistencies or bias in how these classes are applied? For example, could two drivers with identical experience and safety records be treated differently simply because they fall into different prescribed classes determined by regulation? Will the government commit to publishing transparent criteria conducting equity assessment before implementing any such classifications, so that all drivers are treated fairly, all drivers are treated consistently, all drivers are treated without prejudice under the law. Question number 4. Why is the government exempting existing license holders from the new distracted driving restrictions under Bill 12, while imposing stricter penalties and limitations on new drivers? If distracted driving is a proven safety risk, and government data shows it is one of the leading causes of serious crashes in British Columbia, then how can the minister justify a two-tier system where some drivers are held to a lower safety standard simply because they obtained their license before the new law took effect? Just because someone got a license doesn't mean they have driven. So a person could literally get a license, sit on that license, not even drive, and wait for everything to change, and they'd be granted their license without having any road experience at all. Does the government believe that long-time drivers are somehow less likely to be distracted behind the wheel? If not, why is the government creating two unequal classes of drivers under the same law? One bound by tougher rules, the other grandfathered out of accountability. If road safety is truly the goal, shouldn't the same distracted driving standards apply equally to everyone on the road, regardless of when you've earned your license? Will the minister commit to reviewing this exemption and ensuring that all British Columbians are held to consistent, evidence-based safety standards? Question 5. What evidence or data can the minister provide to show that eliminating mandatory road tests for certain classes of drivers will not compromise road safety in British Columbia? The road test has long been the objective standard by which driving competencies are measured. It ensures that every driver, regardless of background or experience, demonstrates practical skills and adheres to the rules of the road. By allowing ICBC to waive this requirement at its discretion, Bill 12 effectively replaces an evidence-based safety measure with an administrative judgment call. So what studies, safety analysis, or pilot programs has the government reviewed to confirm that removing mandatory testing will not result in higher collision rates, more violations, or increased risk on the road? If the goal is efficiency, that must not come at the expense of safety. It cannot, and it must not. Will the minister commit to publishing all supportive evidence, including comparative data from other jurisdictions, before implementing these changes? And will the government track and report collision and infraction data annually to ensure that this policy does not lead to a measurable decline in road safety outcomes? Question number 6. Will this government commit to publishing annual publicly accessible safety data directly tied to the licensing and regulatory changes introduced under Bill 12? If the intent of this legislation is truly to improve efficiency without compromising safety, then the government should have no hesitation in demonstrating that thorough, transparent, evidence-based reporting is required. British Columbians deserve to see clear year-over-year data and how these reforms affect key indicators such as collision rates, serious injuries, fatalities, and distracted driving incidents, particularly among new and novice drivers. Will the minister therefore commit to an annual safety report tabled in this legislature that tracks and evaluates the real-world outcomes of these policy changes? And will that report include comparisons between drivers subject to the new licensing rules, those grandfathered under the old system, so the public can clearly see whether these reforms are making our roads safer or more dangerous? Without such accountability, this bill asks British Columbians to take the government's word on faith. And that is not good enough when public safety is at stake. Transparency must not be optional. It must be built into policy right from the start. Question number 7. What objective standards or measurable criteria will the government and ICBC use to approve driver education programs that allow participants to shorten their licensing wait times under Bill 12? The bill grants Cabinet and ICBC broad authority to recognize certain driver education courses as substitutes for traditional experience or testing requirements. but it does not define what qualifies a program for approval. Without clear evidence-based benchmarks, this could result in patchwork of courses with varying quality, varying standards, varying effectiveness, potentially undermining consistency and credibility of BC's licensing system. Will the minister commit to establishing uniform, transparent criteria developed in consultation with industry experts, driving instructors, and safety researchers to ensure that any approved program demonstrably improves driver competency and safety outcomes? Further, how will ICBC verify these programs are delivered with measurable results, such as a lower collision rates or improved road test performance among graduates? And will the government require regular audits, regular performance reviews, regular public reporting to ensure accountability and prevent private training providers from being approved based on convenience or political favor rather than proven quality? British Columbians deserve confidence that these accelerated pathways are based on rigorous, data-driven standards, not discretion or administrative expediency. Question 8. How will ICBC ensure consistency, accessibility, and measurable results across all driver education and training programs approved by Bill 12? If ICBC is being granted the authority to approve courses that can shorten licensing wait times or replace certain testing requirements, then British Columbians need assurances that every program, regardless of where it is offered in this province, meets the same high standards of quality and effectiveness. What mechanisms will ICBC put in place to guarantee that driver education programs in rural and smaller communities are accessible and comprehensive as those offered in larger urban centres? How will the corporation ensure that all approved programs are evaluated by consistent criteria based on objective safety data, not subjective, inconsistent interpretations by regional administrators? Further, will ICBC commit to conducting regular performance audits, publishing publicly available reports, comparing outcomes across approved programs, such as collision rates, violation frequencies, or success rates among graduates, to prove that these courses actually produce safer, more competent drivers? And finally, how will ICBC ensure that affordability and accessibility remain priorities so that accelerated licensing opportunities are available to all British Columbians, not just those who can afford premium private training? Consistency, transparency, measurable outcomes must be the foundation of any credible driver education system. Otherwise, we risk replacing one form of inequity with another. Question 9. Why does this bill rely so heavily on future regulations to be determined later by Cabinet or ICBC, rather than setting out clear logistic criteria today in this House? If the government already knows the policy intent behind these changes, why not define those standards openly, transparently, in legislation where they can be debated, scrutinized, amended by elected representatives? Instead, Bill 12 delegates critical decisions, such as how long novice drivers must wait for their full licenses, what constitutes acceptable driver education, and how licensing exemptions will be applied to future regulations that have not been drafted, disclosed, or debated. This approach effectively asks British Columbians to approve a blank check, trusting the ICBC and Cabinet will fill in the details later behind closed doors. This is not how transparent democracy should function. What assurances can the minister provide that these future regulations will not be politically influenced, unevenly applied, or quietly changed without any public input? Will the government commit to publishing draft regulations for public consultation, legislative review before they are enacted, so that British Columbians can have confidence in how these powers will be used? Or does this government believe that decisions affecting every driver in the province are best made by regulation and discretion rather than open debate in this legislature? Final question, question 10. Who will be consulted when future regulations under Bill 12 are drafted? Will the government engage drivers? Will the government engage industry experts? Will the government engage safety professionals? Or will these critical decisions be left solely to bureaucrats behind closed doors? The bill delegates broad powers to ICBC and Cabinet to establish licensing requirements, set waiting periods, and approve driver education programs, yet provides no guidance or mandate on who must have input during the regulatory process. If these regulations are to affect tens of thousands of British Columbians, particularly novice and young drivers, then it's essential that the process be inclusive, transparent, and evidence-based. Will the government commit to formal consultation process that actively seeks input from driving instructors and accredited training schools? 2, road safety and public health experts. 3, drivers themselves, particularly young and new drivers who will be directly affected, so that the regulations are informed by practical experience research, not simply administrative convenience? Or does the government intend for these future rules to be drafted without meaningful public or expert input, leaving critically safety and license decisions to a small group of unelected officials? Mr. Speaker, our party, the BC Conservative Party, believes there's a better and more balanced path forward. We support structured, evidence-based training programs that raise, not lower, driving competencies. We believe in mandatory testing requirements unless clear data proves that alternative methods are equally rigorous. We believe legislative oversight for all major regulatory changes. And we believe, above all, transparency and fairness for every class of driver in British Columbia. These principles ensure that modernization does not come at the cost of accountability or safety. I remember the first time at about 1:30 in the morning when I got a call. My son called, "Dad, I had an accident." I went off the road. I got my clothes on, drove the car. He had just taken a beautiful young lady on his first date with the family car. And he went off the road into a ditch. So I drove down there, and I could see what happened. I could see clearly what he did. He went around the corner and hit the gas. And there was just a little bit of sprinkle of gravel. And he spun out. And luckily, Mr. Speaker, there was a big boulder. That big boulder saved his car from rolling over. Well, the father of that young lady was there. And needless to say, that was the first and last date he ever went on with her. You know, I have helped my wife raise 4 children. Each of them went through a process to be allowed to drive. Not easy, giving your child the car for the first time. Here are the keys, go out. So we need this to be rigorous so that young people are prepared and parents have confidence. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party will cautiously support the intent of the bill, but we do so with serious reservations. We support efficiency, safety, and modernization, but we cannot support the erosion of legislative authority or the creation of a system where critical decisions are made without scrutiny or transparency. This bill could be an opportunity to make licensing more efficient and fair, but unless these oversight and fairness issues are addressed, it risks becoming a step backward in public trust. We urge the government to amend this legislation, restore accountability, define key terms, ensure that every change to our driver licensing system is guided by evidence, by fairness, and by the safety for all British Columbians. We look forward to the committee stage, where we will look for answers to these questions and more, so that British Columbians can continue to have confidence in the process in this House for the safety of every graduated licensing of their children in British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Seeing no further speakers, okay, recognizing the member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to address Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act of 2025. As my colleagues before me have stated, the Conservative Party of British Columbia does support the goal of modernizing our driver licensing framework and easing the backlogs faced by ordinary British Columbians. We cannot ignore the serious risks posed by granting unlimited, that being said, I should say, we cannot ignore the serious risks posed by granting unlimited regulatory powers to the insurer and to Cabinet. Efficiency must never come at the expense of fairness, competence, or accountability. The bill in its current form risks creating a system that is confusing, inconsistent, and creates a potential for political manipulation. Road safety is the result of driver competence, not convenience. I know I have 3 adult children, and I believe I've spoken of it in this House before, but I do have a vacation property in the Pine Pass in northern British Columbia. Well, no, well, okay. Fair enough. Where I'm going with that story, though, is I taught all 3 of my children to drive through the Pine Pass. And when I tell other parents that, they shudder. Many adults are fearful to drive through that pass in the wintertime. And I forced my children to drive in that pass when they were learning, for the simple fact that I was beside them and I was able to correct things by grabbing the steering wheel, etc. And I'm very proud of the skill set that all 3 of my children have succeeded in. And I will admit, I have had to grab that wheel when they were learning. I had to grab it more than once. So the competency, again, when they received their licenses, I was, maybe my children will hear this, but I was exceedingly proud that they all received their driver's licenses on the first try, their motorcycle licenses on the first try. And I will admit, I didn't take my motorcycle license until I was in my 40s, and I did not pass on my first try. So I will say that I do believe that the competence was there, and it was much more important than the training that was provided by the program that they went through. I'll also say that streamlining is definitely welcome. Removing testing requirements without clear performance standards risks eroding confidence in the integrity of our driver's licensing system. And that's something that is quite important to me. I will say that the official opposition believes in efficient government, but also in responsible government. Every driver who earns a license in British Columbia must be qualified beyond doubt. That qualification must be proven through skill, structured training, and measurable performance. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in my mind, introduces troubling ambiguity. Repeated references within the text to prescribed classes and prescribed considerations appear throughout sections 23 and 25. Yet nowhere are these terms clearly defined. The lack of definition means future regulations potentially could apply differently to different groups of British Columbians. This has the potential for creating a 2-tiered system of drivers under this law. A licensing system must rest on clear, objective criteria. Without question, anything less undermines safety and fairness. Section 23 empowers Cabinet to prescribe different amounts of driving experience for different categories of drivers. Section 25 extends that authority even further, allowing the insurer to determine when and for whom testing or waiting periods apply. In my estimation, this is a sweeping transfer of power from the legislature to the bureaucracy. And I know that I spoke of this on previous bills, and that's something that I think British Columbians should be concerned about. Without oversight, such authority could easily lead to inconsistency, favoritism, or politically motivated adjustments to regulatory classes. The official opposition does not oppose flexibility, certainly and without question. What we do oppose is a blank check authority that lacks transparency and accountability. Laws should be made in this House, in this place of honor, by those of us who are responsible to the electorate of this province, not by unelected bureaucrats. We also must, without question, address the issue of fairness. Under this bill, the existing drivers are exempt from certain new distracted driving restrictions, while new drivers face stricter penalties. This, in essence, creates two classes of drivers under one law. I would ask, why should a young motorcyclist or novice driver be held to a stricter standard than someone who obtained a license under an older regime? And I'll give an example here as well. I did mention that I do have a motorcycle license. My wife does, my children do, and yes, we formed our own motorcycle gang. It was actually quite cute. We were quite pathetic. No one feared us whatsoever. What I will say, though, through that experience, the existing motorcycle program, and I think my colleague who is no longer in the chamber did speak to this earlier, the existing regime under which motorcycle licensing is accomplished in this province is very onerous already. And that, honestly, where I live, results in many people riding without a license. And I can understand why. My wife and I went to the neighboring province to take the 40-hour Canadian motorcycle safety training course. And at the end of that weekend, every person with a driver's license from the province we were in had their motorcycle license. When we came back to British Columbia, it didn't count for anything. As far as, although that being said, we had the skills under us and we had 40 hours of training, which was at our own behest. I've already admitted I did not pass my first time, so apparently I should have taken the course twice. It was an innocent mistake. I locked up my back brake. But again, that is my concern with this portion of the bill, is that we already have a disproportionate number of people, young people, potentially, I wouldn't say necessarily all young people, who are in fact riding without licenses. And that's because it is quite difficult in my part of the world. It's very difficult to get an appointment, and it's a very onerous course. It's a very onerous test. If we do increase that further, I'm very fearful that we're going to find people that are going to continue down that path of not taking any training whatsoever. And having waited until my midlife crisis to get a motorcycle, hopefully obviously I was responsible enough not to do something incredibly silly because I'm standing here today. Well, or maybe I was incredibly lucky. I won't admit that I didn't do something incredibly silly, or more than once. That being said, with 30-something years of driving experience under my belt, that's perhaps something that I did get away with. Allow a 16, 17-year-old to do the same thing without that level of experience with the motor vehicle. And I think it's been noted in this House earlier what the ratio of fatalities and serious incidents are. And I would like to address that as well, actually. That, yes, these statistics don't lie. Motorcycles statistically are more dangerous. I have no question. I still ride one. And what I will say, though, is that in my experience, by far, where the danger comes from is motorists. I have had multiples of times where motorists have pulled out left in front of me. And in fact, I lost a colleague to that. He was killed. And that, again, through the motorcycle safety training course, the 40-hour course, as I recall, this is quite a few years ago, but my memory's pretty good. I want to say that 67% of motorcycle fatalities at that time were reported to be from motorists turning left in front of a motorcycle. And I have had it happen. In fact, I had it happen last year with my wife on the bike with me. And that's not the cyclist's fault, but as my colleague, again, who's not here, mentioned, you learn to, it made me a better vehicle driver. It actually did, because you learn to look further ahead and you simply ride with the attitude that everyone is trying to kill you. And that is how it actually feels. Well, I'm not trying to scare off any of the young ones that are looking at motorcycle licenses. It's still an amazing experience. But absolutely, the extra training and the need for the competency is not necessarily just a test. The competency embraces so much more than just a test. We talked about the two classes of drivers under one law. And Again, I've already gone into probably more detail than I should have around my experiences with motorcycles, but nonetheless. What I would suggest is that the law in general demands equality before the law, not arbitrary exemptions based on when one happened to be licensed. And I would restate the experience with my children. It's their level of competency with a vehicle driving through winter mountain road conditions created skilled, and if they're listening, don't let it go to your heads, because obviously we want you to still be here, but I'm very proud of my kids as far as they're excellent drivers, and I believe that's because they were, as I've done everything in my life and in my career, I kicked them off the end of the dock, and then I have a life preserver there to help them out if they do get a little over their heads. Bill 12, the impact on young and new drivers. My concern would be lowering the self-application age from 19 to 18. Sorry, this is not a concern. It's a reasonable modernization. I should have read ahead. But it must be paired with rigorous and high-quality training, which I've already spoken of. The official opposition supports expanding access for responsible young drivers, provided that competency standards remain strong and consistent across the province. An example that I would like to use here is that growing up in the north, in high school, there were a number of students that actually had pilot licenses before they had driver licenses through the Air Cadets program. The Air Cadets, the pilot's license is based on competency. It's not based on age, and that was real. I had several classmates who could fly a plane but could not drive a car. That is very real. I would go on to say that accelerated licensing pathways can be valuable if and only if they are backed by evidence-based driver education and ongoing evaluation. I recognize the intent of Bill 12 to authorize Cabinet to approve driver education programs in order to shorten waiting times. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. This indeed could assist in clearing the backlog. That being said, British Columbians deserve assurance that such programs will be independent, standardized, and outcome measured. I therefore call on the government to publish criteria for course approval, instructor certification, and evaluation metrics before these provisions come into force. I think it's very important that this is done before. Mr. Speaker, public confidence, as we all know, is the foundation of any regulatory system. In my estimation, or in my opinion, Bill 12 leaves too many essential decisions to future regulation, with no requirement for legislative review or public consultation. And I've already spoken to that. That's the fear, is that we are downloading the legislative component to unelected bureaucrats who are not accountable to the public, at least not directly accountable. And that I think is a slippery slope. If this government is confident in the merit of these reforms, they should welcome scrutiny. Absolutely. That's the power of democracy. Checks and balances, 100%. The official opposition, therefore, calls for mandatory tabling of all regulations under Bill 12 in the Legislature before they take effect. And secondly, annual reporting by ICBC, the insurer, on regarding safety outcomes and licensing fairness. Now, we all know that ICBC has long struggled with efficiency, the level of bureaucracy, and certainly a lack of public confidence. I would question if granting additional broad regulatory authority over who tests, who waits, and who qualifies could expand these problems rather than solve them. The official opposition urges the government to focus ICBC's mandate on service delivery, not policy making. And that is the concern with Bill 12. in my estimation. The public insurer should implement regulations, not write them. I'd also suggest that there's a question of balance. Streamlining licensing is necessary, without question. Efficiency I live for it. I love it. But balance is essential. We can reduce red tape without reducing accountability. I truly believe that we can do that. We can modernize without centralizing power. And I would suggest that a good bill empowers people. A dangerous bill empowers institutions. With Bill 12, in its current form, I am concerned that it does again move down that slippery slope toward empowering institutions. With respect to consistency and equality, within the bill, the repeated references to prescribed classes raise yet another concern. Without or in the absence of clear legislative definitions, regulations could be applied unevenly between urban and rural residents. It's without question, I described where I live, and it's pretty rural. So I've railed against this my entire adult life. Those of us that live in the north and those of us that live in rural areas, we're equal. We deserve exactly the same health care. We deserve exactly the same services. We are providing a service to this province, and we are citizens of this province. We deserve the same treatment and the same access to services as what anyone who lives in downtown Vancouver has. The other thing that I would suggest is that there is a potential for division between commercial and non-commercial drivers. The official opposition calls for one standard, one set of rules, and one expectation for every driver in this province, regardless of where you live, your age, your ability, obviously we are talking about that, but one set of rules, one set of expectations, one driver, no matter where you live. Equality before the law must not become a regional or a bureaucratic privilege. The government claims that eliminating mandatory tests will not compromise road safety. I'm not necessarily arguing that. What I would suggest is that if this is true, I would love to see the data. I am an engineer, and boy, I love data. I'm as geeky as they get, I promise. I love data. I would love to look at it. And before I bought my first vehicle, when I started my first company, a little bit of a side, as I'm looking at the clock, this is actually a true story. I was researching a vehicle when I started my first company. I went onto the National Highway Traffic Safety Institute webpage, where the raw data for vehicle crashes per million miles driven is published, and I researched that raw data. So I would question if anyone else here is a larger geek than I am, but I actually did look at the raw data, and I chose my vehicle based on that. In addition to publishing the data, I would ask for provision of collision statistics, training results, and graduated license outcomes per year. The official opposition will support reforms backed by evidence. It's a challenge to justify those that are put forward only with administrative or only for administrative convenience. With respect to distracted driving and protective gear, this one, boy, again, as a motorcyclist, I support it. There's no question. I went out and I purchased, those of you that may not be motorcyclists may not be aware, but there's different levels, CE level 1, level 2. I went out and yes, I could afford it, but I bought everything CE level 2. It was bulky, cumbersome, but you dress for the crash, you don't dress for the ride. And I very strongly support the implementing the requirements for protective gear into legislation. It makes me shiver when I do see folks riding down the street in t-shirts and sandals, and that's enough said on that one. We won't talk about that one. I do believe that that's a very sound measure that protects lives, and it protects
people who, well, and I guess since I do have some time left, I'll throw in another little tidbit for you guys. My wife's uncle was wearing steel-toed boots when he crashed a motorcycle. And even with steel-toed work boots, the injury was such that his claim to fame is that his foot is in a medical textbook. So again, I went out and spent a lot of money on gear, and I have no regrets to this day. I would suggest that I should get moving, so I will say that that clarity matters without question. Where the law is precise, it protects. Where the law is vague, it confuses, and it makes it a real challenge to comply. With respect to regulatory expansion, I would suggest that Clause 10 of Bill 12 grants Cabinet a general power to make any regulation, quote, necessary to implement the Act, unquote. Such an open-ended clause may seem routine to those that that are watching us and listening to us and paying attention. Such open-ended clauses, while they may seem routine, in practice, they erode legislative oversight, and that is a great concern to me. They allow government to rewrite major elements of public policy behind closed doors and without scrutiny. The official opposition believes that laws should be made in this chamber, not by regulation in the back rooms of government. We therefore propose that government include in this bill a statutory requirement for legislative review of all major regulations within 1 year of enactment. That review should evaluate fairness, safety outcomes, and public satisfaction. Accountability is not an obstacle. It is a safeguard that keeps democracy functioning. Efficient licensing matters not only for drivers, but for our economy. From delivery services to resource industries, skilled drivers keep British Columbia's economy moving. The official opposition supports reducing delays that keep workers on the road and out of danger. But we must not replace bureaucratic delay with regulatory uncertainty. Investors and employers need clarity to plan for training and safety compliance. This is a big one in my previous life. I worked in the oil field. I owned a number of companies that provided to the oil field, and the safety level was extremely high. And in order to manage and maintain those was very costly and very time-consuming, but very worthwhile. It kept our employees very safe. I would suggest that only transparency delivers that confidence to be able to invest and confidently create those programs and invest in your employees to execute those programs to the highest level. And I've seen the benefits of it. I really have over my too many years well, it's not too many years, over my many years of working in the industry. Mr. Speaker, rural British Columbia depends on drivers for basic mobility. We've already spoken of the insistence that I would have and very adamantly have that rural folk are every much as equal in their rights and obligations as what folks that live in the city are. Our public transportation is limited. Licenses are essential. There's no question. Where I live, without a driver's license, it is a challenge. Any new licensing framework must consider the unique barriers faced by residents outside of large urban centres. The official opposition urges the minister to commit that ICBC service standards, training availability, and testing criteria, again, will be uniform across all regions of the province. In the way of presenting a constructive alternative, I believe that there is a better path forward. I would propose that as an amendment to Bill 12, while I am supporting it, I would suggest that an amendment may be in order. I would propose that a structure, evidence-based training replace tests only where proven effective. Would further suggest that legislative review for all major regulatory changes occur. And I would again suggest that public reporting on driver competency and collision outcomes are provided. I believe these are reasonable, measured steps that balance efficiency with accountability. British Columbians, Mr. Speaker, want a government that works for them, not above them. When laws delegate too much authority to bureaucrats, citizens lose sight of who is actually in charge. Conservatives believe that the legislature should set the rules and public institutions should implement them. That is the balance that Bill 12 needs to restore before I would suggest that it's truly serving the people of this province to the best of its ability. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of British Columbia supports the intent of Bill 12 to streamline licensing and enhance safety for drivers. How could we not? That's a nonpartisan, obvious issue. However, we do oppose legislation that hands unchecked power to Cabinet and to an institution, ICBC in this case, without legislative overview. I think that we've already established that's the tenet of democracy. We that stand in this place of honor are accountable to the people of this province, and if we do a poor job, the people are going to let us know and they're going to remove us from our position. And that is how democracy works. We've all accepted it, and it's an amazing institution, and it's a fantastic system to live under. On this side of the House, we do stand for competence over convenience, accountability over ambiguity, and fairness over favoritism. Well, I won't say that P word here now. I'll say this is the Conservative way, responsible, practical, and principled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, members. I think there are the odd thing that we can agree on in this place, and I want to just say that I think we all agree that we have the most amazing staff in Canada. Not so long ago, we had an alarm ring in here. Many of you were here. We didn't know what that was. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, but it was clear to me that the Sergeant-at-Arms office, led by Ray Robitaille and, of course, Jan Davis, and our crew inside this chamber are very well prepared, not to mention the team of clerks that obviously are led by Kate Ryan Lloyd. Did an amazing job to help us navigate the technicalities of the session. So thank you very much to all of our staff. They really are the best. Recognizing our member from Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to be back in the House after a summer break there, although it wasn't much of a break. I think I worked harder outside the House than inside the House, and it's kind of nice to be back here and get some order back in my life again. So I think a few of us feel that way. But it's a pleasure to be back and working with all of my colleagues on both sides of the House. I really appreciate that opportunity. I've listened to a lot of my colleagues as they've spoken on both sides of the House and talking about experiences during their licensing process as we grew up as young people getting our licenses. And I had a couple of stories come to my mind. I remember when I was getting my motorcycle license, I was a young fellow and I loved to ride, but I had this process of going in every spring, getting my learner's license, drive all summer, put the bike away, let the license expire. Next spring, I'd do the exact same thing again. So I never really got a motorcycle license till much later in my years when I finally was planning a big 2 or 3 week trip through Western United States. I said, I should really get my motorcycle license and make sure that I am competent enough to ride my motorcycle. And so I went and finally got the road test done, nervous as heck, just like all of us would be. I remember my foot shaking so hard on the brake when I was learning to drive a car, and the same thing with my motorcycle. But I enjoyed it, and I'm glad I did it. And I probably look back over my life and think that maybe I should have taken some more of that training that they offer out there in the private sector, wherever it is, and maybe up my game a little bit. And you know, one of the things a lot of us motorcyclists drive is we're very optimistic. We love getting out there and exploring the roads and everything. But one of the mantras we had, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when you have an accident, if you're not careful, right? And so that has happened to many of my friends. I've dumped a few bikes myself on my thing. So I've improved that if I'd had better training, better licensing. If I'd have gone to get my license sooner, would I have been able to avoid some of the accidents that I had and things like that? And I think it's very, very important. And I love bikes. I love riding. I've had Harleys, I've had Hondas, Kawasaki's, all those things. I've driven all over the Western United States. Been to Sturgis a couple of times, all those kind of things, and really enjoyed that. But one day my two boys came to me and said, "Dad, we're going to go out and get motorcycles." I said, "What kind?" They said, "We're going to get some Ninjas." And they said, "Over my dead body, you're getting Ninjas." Because I've seen the way young people can ride those things, and it worries me. Matter of fact, we have a grandson that went out and bought, we call them crotch rockets, bought one, and he drove it, and I understand he's dumped it twice now. And they scare me. I love motorcycles, but to be honest with me, they do scare me. And I think it's really, really important that we have the proper training in place for our young people to make sure that they are safe. Here I am, a seasoned motorcycle rider, and it scared me when my sons came to me. Every time I went out on my motorcycle, even to this day, my mom still sweats. So it's really, really important, I think, that we have the proper training and processes in place to save this. So having said that, and a nice introduction around motorcycle and riding, and I think of those things, British Columbia, Canada's third largest province by population, is known for its breathtaking landscapes, vibrant communities, and bustling urban centers. However, behind the beauty of its highways and roadways lies a growing concern for public safety, especially for our young drivers. Recent national studies have placed British Columbia as the 5th most dangerous province in Canada for young drivers to get behind the wheel, with higher than average rates of collisions and fatalities and traffic-related injuries among drivers aged 16 to 24. These alarming statistics reflect not only the risks faced by inexperienced motorists and motorcyclists, but also the urgent need for enhanced road safety measures tailored to protect this vulnerable age group. In response to these findings, and within a firm commitment to reducing preventable road tragedies, it appears that the government of BC has introduced Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act, and this legislation appears to implement targeted reforms to licensing, enforcement, and education systems, ensuring that all young drivers in British Columbia are better equipped and better informed and better protected when they take to the wheel. This is great. I think it's great to move forward, as I've recognized already in my own life that maybe I should have done a little bit more road tests and a few more training. That would have been really good. However, British Columbians expect their government to make our roads safer, our licensing systems clearer, and our institutions accountable. They also expect that when government proposes changes as significant as those found in Bill 12, it does so with clarity, fairness, and the public interest at heart. This bill is presented as a modernization measure, a way to streamline testing, reduce backlogs, and bring BC's licensing rules in line with other jurisdictions. Those are worthy goals, and no one would argue that. And no one in this House disagrees that the process of getting licenses should be efficient and responsible. This side of the House stands for efficiencies, cost effectiveness. So we are all behind that. Anything to make things less bureaucratic, more efficient, we are behind on this side of the House. But when you look closely at Bill 12, what emerges is not modernization, but once again, it appears to be a quiet expansion of bureaucratic and political powers into areas that should be guided by law, evidence, and transparency. As legislators, our first goal is to not rubber stamp convenience. Even on this side of the House, we would not rubber stamp convenience. In that spirit, I rise today to express concerns that Bill 12 goes too far in delegating core legislative responsibilities to ICBC and Cabinet, and that it takes and that it creates confusion, unequal treatment, and lower safety standards for the people of British Columbia. I don't know if I'm going to go on and on and on. I think a number of our colleagues here in the House have already expressed numerous times some of the issues around some of this legislation and what that's going to look like, and how we're taking the power out of this House, this building, the House that we were elected to democratically to oversee legislation. Madam Speaker, the most consequential elements of Bill 12 are tucked in Section 23 and 25 of the Motor Vehicle Act. Under these amendments, Cabinet, not the Legislature, may prescribe different rules, now hear this, different rules, different waiting periods, levels of driving experience for different classes of people. What does that mean, for heaven's sakes? At first glance, that might seem harmless. Flexibility can be useful. Don't disagree with that. But flexibility without criteria is just another word for discretion. And discretion, when unchecked, becomes power exercised without oversight. Clause 2 of the bill explicitly authorizes the Lieutenant Governor and Council to describe different amounts of driving experience for different classes of persons. Well, what class of people? Whose class? You know, people from 14 to 25, 25 to this, seniors, young people, old people, immigrants. What are they talking about classes of persons there? Clause 3 goes further, giving Cabinet and ICBC the authority to describe when and whether a knowledge test or road test is even required. This is a fundamental shift. The Legislature would no longer define who must demonstrate competence to drive. Instead, ICBC and Cabinet could set out or waive those requirements through regulation, not coming to this House, but through regulation. No debate, no committee scrutiny, and no public consultation whatsoever. We have seen this story before. Every time government concentrates authority and regulation instead of legislation, transparency suffers. We see that so many times in government, in the newspaper in the last number of years, where you concentrate power and you change the way things are done, we lose the transparency that the public demands and should receive. The rules become harder to find, harder to challenge, and easier to manipulate. The NDP government insists that this is about efficiency, but efficiency should never come at the cost of equality before the law. British Columbians deserve to know what licensing standards are applied fairly, consistently, and transparently, not according to shifts in regulatory mood. The NDP, So just a moment why I think we should have a robust legislation oversight is needed. Even with LGC's power, relying on the LGC alone poses several potential problems, and let me quickly outline those for you. An absolute lack of transparency, that is more than obvious. The LGC order and council process does not involve the same level of public scrutiny and debate as passing legislation in the Legislative Assembly. Democratic accountability concerns, relying heavily on the LGC regulations, limits the role of us as elected MLAs. We are the ones that were elected to oversee regulation and rules in this province. Risk of overreach. Although the LGC's regulatory power is limited by its primary legislation, insufficient legislative oversight could increase the risk of regulatory overreach and unintended consequence. There's that word again, unintended consequence. The problem with this government and what's happened before, there's a lot of unintended consequences as we in many rules and things they've brought because we haven't had enough collaboration, enough open discussion, enough things that have been able to counter and look at the legislation as it moves forward and how it can be changed or what can happen in the future. Unintended consequences is a real inhibitor to having good laws in the province. And lastly, constitutional checks and balances. The different role represents the separation of powers inherent in Canada's constitutional framework. It is important to remember that the provincial legislature provides essential high-level democratic accountability and oversight by creating the laws that define driver licensing. So as we look through here, we see a lot of vagueness and uncertainty within this bill and how it is being presented. Another major concern is the bill's repeated use of vague terms like prescribed clauses and prescribed considerations. These appear throughout the amendment, yet nowhere are they defined. What exactly constitute a class of persons? Is it based on age, on geography, on driving history, or whether someone took a course approved by ICBC? We don't know, and that is a major problem. When legislation defers every important detail to future regulation, it becomes a blank check. It allows Cabinet to make laws without ever returning to this House. Is this a slippery slope? Is this the way business is going to be done in the province from now on? Such vagueness invites inconsistency. It could mean that one group of drivers faces stricter rules than another for reasons never explained to the public. It also opens the door to regional disparities. We already have regional disparities within the province. A major issue for riding like the Fraser-Nicola, where rural residents already struggle with access to testing centres and driver training schools. If the government intended to treat people differently, it must define how and why. Otherwise, British Columbians are left with a system where fairness depends not on law, but on interpretation. Competency and convenience. Let's turn to the heart of the matter, the elimination of mandatory testing for novice drivers seeking their full license. Bill 12 amends Section 25 that so people will only have to take a knowledge, road, or signal test if required by ICBC. In practice, that means some drivers may progress through the licensing without ever having to prove their ability in a controlled, impartial test. Supporters call this streamlining, lowering the bar. And I don't want to draw a long bow here, but you've got a friend that's in the testing department and everything and just kind of slides your application through. Is that going to happen without proper testing, without the proper checks and balances in place? Testing isn't red tape. It's the foundation for road safety. It's how we ensure that privilege of driving is earned through demonstrated skill, not just time behind the wheel. Although I think that's an important piece as well. But it's really important to have that testing to make sure the time behind the wheel has been well earned and has provided the skills that the driver needs to be driving on our roads safely. As I mentioned in the beginning, British Columbia has already faced serious challenges on our roads. ICBC's own data shows that distracted driving remains one of the leading causes of fatalities. Collisions involving inexperienced drivers are disproportionately high. The answer to those problems is better training and higher competency, not fewer checks. I acknowledge that reducing testing backlogs is important. Reducing red tape is important as well. But rural residents in particular know what it's like to wait months for an appointment or drive hours to reach a testing center. But the solution to that problem is capacity, not complacency. Hire more examiners, expand testing infrastructure, partner with regional communities to deliver local testing opportunities. Don't simply scrap the test. We should be building a system where competence matters more, not less. Bill 12 also lowers the self-application age for a full license from 19 to 18. In principle, I have no problem with that. Maybe we should be looking at removing the age of majority from 19 to 18 as well. Many 18-year-olds are independent adults with jobs or college commitments that require driving. But if you're going to extend that responsibility earlier, we must also extend the safeguards that come with it. Young drivers are still learning, not just how to operate a vehicle, but how to handle distractions, fatigue, and risks. The graduated licensing program was designed precisely to build those habits over time through structured tests and feedback. By giving Cabinet and ICBC the power to waive those steps or shorten waiting periods based on undefined considerations, we risk undermining the very purpose of the graduated system. This is especially concerning from rural communities like those in Fraser-Nicola, in places such as Merritt, Logan Lake, or Hope. Young people often drive long distances on highways or mountain roads soon after getting their license. They are not controlled urban environments. They are challenging, unpredictable, and demand skills. Have you driven the whole Coquihalla in the winter? When government removes clear testing benchmarks, it does not help those young drivers. It leaves them less prepared and much more vulnerable, both to accident and to unfair judgments when mistakes happen. If the goal is to modernize licensing for youth, let's do it through evidence-based education. Approve high-quality training programs, ensure consistent standards province-wide, and require data to show that those programs produce safe drivers before reducing testing requirements. That is what modernization looks like, not arbitrary rulemaking, but measured improvements. Fairness and equity. Another issue buried in the details of Bill 12 is fairness, or rather, the lack of it. The amendments explicitly protect existing drivers from certain new restrictions, such as they expand ban on electronic devices used for learners and novice motorcyclists. If your license was issued before this law comes into effect, you're exempt. If it's issued after, you're not. That's fair. That may seem minor, but in practice it means two people doing the same thing under the same conditions will be treated differently, simply because one happened to get their license a month earlier. That is not fairness, that is arbitrary law. The government argues this is to avoid retroactive penalties, but no one is asking for retroactivity. We are asking for consistency. If the restriction is necessary for safety, then it should apply equally to all relevant drivers. If it isn't necessary, then it shouldn't apply to at all. What we have now is a patchwork, a rule that recognizes danger for some but ignores it for others. This double standard erodes public trust, as my colleague spoke about earlier. It tells British Columbians that government rules are not grounded in principle, but in convenience. The same concern applies to how ICBC may compare out-of-province licenses. While harmonization can be useful, giving ICBC full discretion to decide equivalency without transparent criteria invites uneven treatment between jurisdictions. Drivers moving to BC deserve to know what standard apply and how decisions are made. Fairness must be the baseline for any licensing system. Everyone, regardless of age, address, or background, should be judged by the same clear standards of competence and responsibility. Perhaps the most fundamental flaw in Bill 12 is the near total reliance on future regulations to fill in the gaps. Time and again, the bill says Cabinet may make regulations on matters central to driving license. And everyone here in the legislature knows the importance of language. May means, yeah, maybe, maybe not. From wait times to course approvals, from testing requirements to safety gear, yet it imposes no obligation for public consultation, reporting, or legislative review. In plain language, that means decisions affecting hundreds of thousands of British Columbians can be made by order in council. Announced one morning, effective next, with no input from this House. This is not how a healthy democracy functions at all. Even well-intentioned governments need scrutiny. Regulations should be tabled, reviewed, and evaluated, especially when they shape something as fundamental as who is qualified to drive in this province. This is why the Conservative Caucus calls mandatory legislative review of all regulatory changes under Bill 12. If ICBC introduces a new licensing shortcut or Cabinet alters waiting periods, those changes should be tabled here for debate. Data on safety outcomes should be published annually. The public deserves to see whether these reforms are making our roads safer or simply making life easier for the bureaucrats. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. Transparency is not an obstacle, it is a guarantee that reforms are credible. Madam Speaker, I want to bring this discussion home to the people of Fraser-Nicola. In large urban centers, it may be easier to view licensing as a minor administrative process, another box to tick on the road to convenience. But in the small towns and rural communities I represent, a driver's license is often a lifeline. It's the difference between accessing work and being unemployed, between getting to medical appointments and going without care. Starting in early 2026, drivers with a clean record who have held their N license will no longer need to take a second road test to get to their full Class 5 license. This was a direct response to disproportionate burden faced by rural and remote drivers, we believe. When testing centers are far apart, when public transit is limited or non-existent, when internet connectivity makes online booking a challenge, rural residents already operate at a distinct disadvantage. They shouldn't have to navigate a patchwork of inconsistent regulations on top of that. A young driver in Princeton or Cache Creek deserves the same clarity and opportunity as one in Vancouver or Burnaby. A senior renewing license in Merritt should know the same rules apply as anywhere else in the province. Yet, by delegating so much authority to ICBC and the Cabinet alone, Bill 12 makes it harder, not easier, for rural British Columbians to have their voice heard. If decisions about testing, waiting periods, and education programs are made entirely in Victoria, what input will local communities have to the process? We need reform that listens to those on the ground, driving instructors, parents, students, and community leaders who understand the local challenges that they face. Another missing element in Bill 12 is evidence, specifically the absence of any requirement for data-driven evaluations. If the government believes that reducing testing will not harm safety, it should prove it. That's not an unreasonable request. ICBC already collects detailed statistics on collisions, violations, and claim costs. That data should inform legislative reform, not follow it. A responsible government would publish annual safety reports showing the impact of licensing changes. How many new drivers were licensed without testing? How did their accident rates compare? What role did driver education play? And on and on and on. Without such transparency, we are legislating in the dark. Safety on BC roads is not a partisan issue. Every member of this House wants fewer collisions, fewer injuries, and fewer lives lost. But the way we achieve that goal matters. Competence cannot be assumed. It must be verified. When government replaces mandatory tests with bureaucratic discretion, it shifts from a standard of evidence to a standard of assumption. That is not progress. That looks like risk. A conservative vision. Madam Speaker, it is easy for government to sell bills like this as modernization. Who doesn't want less paperwork and shorter lines? But modernization is not measured by how much power we hand to bureaucrats. It's measured by how much trust we maintain with the public. The trust that is earned through three simple principles. One is transparency. Rules should be clear, accessible, and debated in this House before they take effect. Competence. Testing and training must be evidence-based, ensuring that everyone on our roads meets consistent standards. And lastly, fairness. All drivers, regardless of age, location, or license class, should be treated equally under the law. That is the conservative vision for road safety in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. We believe in structured, data-driven education that produces confident drivers, not in shortcuts that produce confusion. We believe in oversight that keeps government honest, not in blank checks written to Cabinet and ICBC. And we believe that reform must serve the people, not the process. Bill 12 could have been a straightforward updates, a chance to improve driver education, expanding testing results, and align BC standards with national best practices. Instead, it has become another example of this government's habit of governing by regulation rather than by representation. For residents of Fraser-Nickel and across BC, driving is not optional. It is essential to the way of life. For work, for family, and for life. They deserve a licensing system that is competent, fair, and transparent to all of us. I urge the Minister and the government to reconsider the overreach embedded in this bill, bring those regulations into the open, commit to legislative review, ensure that reforms are backed by evidence and shaped by consultation with the communities they affect. Madam Speaker, modernization must never mean centralization. It must mean progress, built on accountability, grounded in fairness, and driven by the trust of the people we serve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Centre. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in this House for the first time in the fall session, and I think it's going to be a bit of a whirlwind, if I'm being honest. Before I begin, I want to say, in my house, if you're one of my 4 kids, your experience with getting your license has probably felt completely like a completely different universe than your siblings. My first daughter experienced the ultra-nervous parents. She was also pre-COVID, but experienced the backlog of COVID when she was doing her second road test. Our second had to fight for a road test slot like it was concert tickets, and then she lost all interest in doing her second road test for 4 years. The third, well, he's gloating that he may never have to do that second road test. And the fourth, let's just say that up until a couple days ago, she thought that parallel parking was a mind trick and an ancient form of punishment. So you can all send her some good energy right now as she'll be taking her Class 5 in just a few short days. So this bill also stands to create some tensions between my daughter and her partner of 5 years. He's been procrastinating, you see, and he still has his N at 24 years old. She was quite indignant to hear that it may just go away for him. So needless to say, I have a vested interest, both as a legislator and as a parent, in what is being proposed in Bill 12. I first noticed the annoyances that the N created when I was a doula, coaching new moms in labor and with new babies. I began to notice how many moms in their late 20s and even their 30s still had an N driver's license, and I thought, what a pain. Potentially, these moms would have driven for 10 or 15 years already, and they wouldn't be able to drive their child around with 2 friends for a play date. I did understand the increased safety measure, and I appreciated it, but I also saw the test as a huge bother to some. It was then and there that I decided to incentivize my own children to get rid of their N's as soon as possible. And if the government wasn't going to provide enough incentives, I would. I'm happy to say that both of my oldest girls did their second road test, and they did pass on the first try. So the government's goal is the same as my goal. At the heart of this bill is the government's goal of reducing the growing backlog in our licensing system and removing the unnecessary red tape that prevents young people, and frankly many new residents, from getting fully licensed in a timely manner. Let's be clear, streamlining the path to full licensure is a good idea. Making it easier and faster for competent drivers to become fully licensed, especially if they've demonstrated safe driving over time, is smart policy. Under the current model, many young drivers wait well beyond the intended period to move from their N to their Class 5 license, not because they're unsafe, but because it's another have to, and the system can't accommodate the volume of road test appointments. That's frustrating for families, costly for individuals, and unnecessary in many cases. If we can implement a model that recognizes safe, consistent driving behavior backed by data and allows for progression based on competency, not just arbitrary timelines or test availability, that's a win. One of the most promising pieces in this legislation is the move to incentivize participation in certified driver's education programs. 8 years ago, when I called my nearest driver's training program for my oldest, I asked the questions, what are the benefits of your program? And I was apologetically told by the owner that he'd been lobbying BC for years to no avail. He wanted benefits, incentives to do the driver's training that would potentially impact insurance or speed at which you can get licensed. He wanted to incentivize parents and young drivers to take his course and to be the safest drivers they could be. But BC did not allow this. For years, parents have asked, why should I invest in driver's ed if it doesn't actually help my teen get their full license faster? Well, that's about to change, and it should. By allowing approved driver education programs to potentially shorten the wait time to full licensure, we're finally aligning incentives properly. We're recognizing that proper training makes a difference in safety. And we're encouraging young drivers and their families to engage in that process from the beginning. Let's not forget that data across Canada and other jurisdictions consistently shows that comprehensive driver training reduces collisions, improves hazard perception, and builds lifelong habits of safe driving. So let's reward that effort. Let's give families a reason to invest in education over shortcuts. Honorable Speaker, we can't lose sight of why the original graduated licensing system was brought in back in 96, to protect young drivers and to reduce preventable crashes. It was built on the idea that time, experience, and supervision were essential components of building safe drivers. This bill removes the automatic requirement for a second road test. Now ICBC will determine if a test is needed. That could work, but only if ICBC has the data, the discretion, and the transparency to make those decisions based on safety, not expediency. We also need to ask, what safety data are we relying on to make this change? Are we tracking outcomes for those who progress without a second test versus those who do? What safeguards are in place if we do see a rise in incidents among new drivers who skip the final road test? Because the purpose of the test wasn't to gatekeep, it was to evaluate. And if we're removing that evaluation step, we need a solid alternative that ensures we're not putting underprepared drivers on the road with full privileges. In my day, in the 90s, it was the 90s, I had one friend who had really busy parents, and somehow she passed her one and only road test with only 5 hours of practice. Driving with her for the first time was truly terrifying. I also witnessed a new driver just wing around a corner and crash into a parked car because he was simply reaching for a piece of gum. Personally, I also got rear-ended by a new driver. All of this occurred before my age of 19. At that time, I acquired whiplash, and that's caused years of headaches and pain. That young driver was just looking away for a second. Yes, having more experience, more practice, does make you a better driver. I do believe this. The second test was a good checkpoint for new drivers. My question is, how will drivers' skills be tracked? How will this government ensure that we turn out great drivers in this province? There's another piece of this bill that gives me pause, and that's the significant expansion of regulatory power being handed over to Cabinet and to ICBC. Now, I understand the need for flexibility, especially in complex systems like driver's licensing. But this bill allows for sweeping regulatory powers under vague language, terms like prescribed classes, other prescribed considerations, and undefined authority to create different rules for different groups. For example, Section 23 lets Cabinet prescribe different amounts of driving experience for different classes of persons, but without defining who those classes are. Section 25 lets Cabinet adjust the minimum waiting period before moving to a full license and even waives the requirement for a test altogether. Again, with no clarity on how or when these rules will be applied or who will be consulted. This could lead to unequal treatment, confusion, or worse, inconsistent application of the rules. If one of my kids was subject to one of the rules, if one of my kids was subject to one set of rules, while another had a completely different pathway to the same license just because the rules changed midstream, well, I'd have some questions. And I suspect many parents would too. While I do support the intent of flexibility, we must ensure that oversight, transparency, and consultation are built into how these regulations are developed and implemented. The public deserves to know how these decisions are being made and why. On a positive note, there are provisions in this bill that take direct aim at road safety. The expanded zero tolerance policy for, I'm just going to take a drink. Stumbling over too many words. The expanded zero tolerance policy for distracted driving, now covering more novice classes, is a step in the right direction. Requiring protective clothing and equipment for motorcycle riders in specific license classes is long overdue and grounded in evidence. Both of these amendments reaffirm a commitment to safety, particularly for vulnerable road users. And I am a fan of safety balanced with the right amount, not overregulation, and balanced with transparency. Will these new safety rules be enforced equally? Are they retroactive? These are questions we have. What messaging will go out to new and existing drivers so they understand what's changing? Good policy means good implementation. And good implementation means clear, consistent communication. At the end of the day, I believe every young person deserves the best chance at safe, confident driving, not just the fastest route to full license. I support a system that recognizes experience and safe driving behavior, reduces unnecessary backlogs and bureaucratic barriers, incentivizes high-quality driver education, and also insists on clarity, transparency, and data-driven decision-making. Because if we're going to reduce testing requirements, then as legislators, we must know our safety data and exactly how this will affect our roads and the lives of British Columbians. I hope the government and ICBC will work collaboratively with stakeholders, educators, parents, and young drivers themselves as these changes roll out. Let's make sure that the outcome isn't just a faster system, but a fairer, safer, and smarter one. And Honourable Speaker, when my youngest finally gets her N, hopefully in 2 weeks, I hope that I can finally get some therapy for my PTSD from having to teach 4 kids how to drive. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to take much time here, just a couple points. Bill 12, an interesting bill to try to solve a problem that may have also some unintended consequences. A bill designed to address the immense backlog of driver's tests and other items, but may, without proper data and statistical input, may increase unsafe driving conditions. When I consider my bill, or my take on this bill, it comes from my mom lens. You see, I have an N driver, also in my home, and an L driver. My N driver failed her second test. Now, if you know me, or if you ask my kids, you might consider me a well-involved mother, shall we say. Meaning not a lot of business occurs in my home that I'm not aware of. And that said, I'm the first to claim that my kid is actually a really good driver. So when she failed at 20, it really, really annoyed me. One, because it's additional money she doesn't have without being able to secure full-time employment. But two, because she also couldn't book a follow-up appointment. You see, she failed on a 1-inch infraction on a white stop line. Now, I've done worse. And I've got a clean accident record at 49 years old, and I'm quite sure all of us in here have done worse than rolling 1 inch onto a white line. But I'm all for thorough testing, especially when it comes to getting your N. But what if that 1-inch infraction was a pedestrian in a crosswalk? What if it was a less skilled driver whom was too comfortable behind the wheel, slow rolled through an intersection, and hit a kid darting out from the sidewalk? Getting rid of your N as a young adult is one of those last milestones into adulthood. I saw those frustrated tears from my kid at feeling failure when nothing is even close to that is true. That said, there's other kids out there that have atrocious driving skills and absolutely should be put through additional testing. Kids who are at the height of their incomplete frontal lobe development make dumb decisions behind 2,000-pound machinery. So, what evidentiary data is there that supports the elimination of a second competency, sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. How will ICBC ensure that programs are consistent and held to measurable outcomes? How do we make it fair for seasoned drivers versus new drivers? Another unfortunate trend in this bill is also this bucket general item used in earlier bills in the spring that again allow for cabinet sweeping regulatory powers. It's so vague and again adds so much uncertainty to legislation that needs firm understanding. We need guaranteed transparency. Much like my critique of Bill 15 at committee in the spring, why does the bill rely so heavily on future regulations instead of clear legislated criteria? Who contributes to future regulations? Bill 20 dropped today, same trend. I just spent my lunchtime noticing the same theme when going through that bill as well. Much of it delegated to regulations that we have no lens on. When we rely on future regulations, we remove our ability to scrutinize them and debate them. The amount of time on this side of the House we have debated and relayed our frustrations at determining our support or lack of support of a bill because every detail is relegated to regulations is enormous. Conservatives agree with streamlining. We agree to education, but we also want transparency and facts and data. That's our position, and I hope this government considers those questions at committee stage and takes that into consideration at future bills. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And rising to continue our discussion on Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act. And I'm coming to this discussion, like many others, from personal experience. I happen to be among the first kind of cohort of people who went through the graduated licensing program when it was first brought in. And I remember waiting for my road test very carefully, learning every rule and just thinking about every responsibility. And I had went through private lessons and had some pre-practice with my instructor, and was ready to drive my mom's cherry red Chevy Venture minivan, and my instructor pulled the plug on me. He said I wasn't ready, and for good reason. I was always having a hard time with those pesky shoulder checks that were a challenge. So, but I think I think that was a good experience. I went back to the drawing board and, of course, ended up getting my Class 5. But that experience did leave a lasting impression. It's how I remember the system because I went through it. But really, we do need to treat drivers' training and licensing very thoughtfully, just like my instructor did at that time. So now, years later, of course, I'm a parent. I think about my own kids, and they've got quite a bit of time still before they'll start driving, but we'll get to that age, and I'm thinking about what system we are setting up for them. So that's the lens I bring to the discussion today, and I think about all parents across BC. Everyone wants their kids to be safe when they get behind the wheel. They're wondering about what these rule changes will mean for their kids, for their safety. Will they have any increase in accidents? So I think those are legitimate things for us to discuss as we're looking to pass a significant piece of legislation. When I worked in industry, we spent a lot of time talking about driving and driving hazards. Every single day we had a safety moment before pretty much every meeting we actually had. And you could bring up almost any topic, but driving was actually one that was discussed the most because it was recognized that it actually is one of the most dangerous things that we will do in our entire course of our day. There are unknown risks, there are challenges. You can't plan all of the hazards ahead of time, those are unknown. So we actually had to take the company I work for, it was mandatory for anybody who was driving to actually take a defensive driving course, and I had to do a road test all over again, and just went back to that phase when I was in, getting my Class 5. I had to take a defensive driving class and pass it to continue driving for my employer. And obviously, the defensive driving is something that you learn when you are taking some of the training, so that is something we need to continue talking about. So when we talk about changes to licensing, training, or rules for young drivers, it's not in the abstract concept. This is something that has real consequences. It's personal, and it affects real families, communities, and real results on the road. And that's something that I'll be getting into a little bit. So let me start with some of the positive. Conservatives support modernizing licensing and making it more efficient. So reducing the backlogs in testing is certainly a worthwhile goal. And I think a lot of speakers, Madam Speaker, you've heard them talk about this already. Because nobody should have to wait months just to book a road test. And I know right now it actually is a little bit more challenging to book a road test because of the BCGU strike, and there are increased backlogs from that, but that's a whole another issue entirely. On this side of the House, we do support the focus on novice driver safety in particular, on proper training, and on ensuring that the transition from learner to full license is structured, evidence-based, and indeed that it's actually thorough. Those goals are important, and they're something all members of this House can agree on. At the same time, there are areas in this bill where more clarity, I think, would benefit. And again, that's something that has been talked about. Sections 23 and 25, for example, give ICBC and Cabinet significant authority to set rules by regulation. And while I understand there's a desire and a need for flexibility, these rules affect thousands of drivers, and drivers, young drivers, old drivers, everyone who's on the road across the entire province. Drivers, instructors, and law enforcement need to know how the rules will actually apply, and they need consistency of those rules. So terms like prescribed classes and prescribed considerations are left undefined. So without clarity, it's hard for families, driving instructors, and even ICBC staff to know exactly what will apply to each driver. We want to ensure that this flexibility doesn't result in unequal treatment, where drivers in one area or one age group face different rules from others, not because of safety considerations, but because the law is too vague or that the prescribed rules are too vague. So another point in that I want to emphasize is really competence over convenience. And I understand the pressure to reduce the testing backlogs in northern and rural communities. Like Prince George Mackenzie, road test delays can actually be a little bit longer than they are elsewhere. Sometimes stretching for months at a time. That's frustrating for learners, it's frustrating for families as well. But the answer is not necessarily to eliminate or reduce the quality of testing. Driving is a skill, and like any skill, it needs to be measured and verified. Competence cannot be replaced by time spent or course completion alone, and that's why my former employer, as I said, had that requirement every 3 years having defensive driving. That was a unique experience I had, and was able to build my competence and skills, and we need to make sure that we have some basis of that for our young people. Accelerated licensing pathways can be beneficial if they're done properly, but only if the programs are high quality, accessible, and evidence-based. And I've used the words evidence-based quite a bit here. I think about our northern highways where I live, long stretches, winter conditions, limited cell coverage. These are just the realities that affect every young driver learning to navigate our roads safely, and competence is not optional here. So there have been concerns with some of the changes, and I think these are legitimate. They need to be addressed. Kate Harris, CEO and owner of DriveWise, has raised some of these concerns. She said, and I quote, "Drivers training works. We have the statistics to say that people need to be educated, and now we've already decreased the first road test from 35 minutes to 20. We need to do something to make sure that these drivers, new drivers, are being tested properly. We need them to stay alive on our roads," end quote. And I think she makes a very good point. And competence is the key consideration there. And obviously, this is someone who has clear experience in that regard. And that's why we need to proceed with considerable caution. And so I'm going to talk more specifically about the impact on young and new drivers, because that's really where the risk is. So lowering the self-application from 19 to 18 may make sense in principle, but it has to come with strong training and strong oversight in what that looks like. Young drivers are statistically at a much higher risk, and we have to ensure that safety is front and center. So according to ICBC's own statistics, new drivers are actually 8 times more likely to have a fatal collision than experienced drivers. So that's what's at stake here. That's how serious this actually is. Young drivers, among all crashes, are 1.5 times more than the general population. And ICBC also noted that the graduated licensing program itself had a 16 to 17% reduction in crashes overall. So these are things that need to be taken into account. I know that Ontario is one of the other jurisdictions to compare ourselves to, and their own GDL program had similar data with reduced crashes as well in that jurisdiction. So we want to avoid creating a two-tiered system, and currently transitional rules mean some existing license holders are exempt from certain changes, like the new distracted driving restrictions, for example, while new drivers are held to updated standards. And I think it is important to look at these new standards. Technology is changing. It's something that young drivers, I think distraction is something to take very seriously. They rely more on GPS or navigation apps. Our vehicles now are much different from they were even 10 years ago in that regard. So I think obviously focusing on novice drivers can be well-intentioned. I think these rules are well-intentioned, but it's important that they're clear and they're very practical. And I hope that government can make it clear in discussion further as this bill progresses through the House what the rules will be. Families and drivers, they do need predictable and consistent rules to be able to apply that to, as one of the last speakers said, having different kids going through different levels. Just even in one household, keeping that straight is tough enough on a parent. So that brings us to, I'm going to talk about the topic of transparency, and that's something that because we haven't been told exactly what all of the rules are, again, they're prescribed by regulation. This is something that's been talked about already, but I want to emphasize we don't know exactly what Cabinet is going to decide behind closed doors here. We need transparency in how these regulations are actually going to be applied. This is what I think would allay some of the concerns of the owner of DriveWise that I had mentioned. Let's all hope that there will be proper consultation, and I want to see some clear indication of what that consultation is going to look like, which experts will be able to provide meaningful input as these regulations are put into force. So as for myself, I'd like to see a fulsome public consultation when these regulations are drafted. In an ideal world, some of that would actually be done by a committee of this legislature. Let's have some legislative oversight and bring it back to the tools in this House in a committee work to actually look at what these regulations could be. I think that would be the most transparent piece overall. And then I think overall I also want to see regular reporting on outcomes of what these changes actually mean in effect. So as I said, I mentioned these collision rates that ICBC is reporting from the graduate licensing program. We need to actually have this data in real time, and it needs to be reported publicly. So collision rates, test pass rates, and driver performance, all these things need to be looked at very clearly. This is the kind of accountability that ensures that changes are effective, fair, and again, the words I use every time, evidence-based. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize again the realities of driving in northern BC, and I mentioned the winter conditions. Our roads can stretch for hundreds of kilometers with very few services along the way. Winter storms can be very unpredictable. Icy roads, limited visibility are all part of daily life for drivers in the north, especially young, inexperienced drivers. So when a learner takes a road test in a place like Prince George or in Mackenzie, it's not just about passing on a quiet street. It might be in whiteout conditions that they're actually doing a road test even, or just their regular daily commute. They have to understand when they're driving on the highway how to manage those long highway stretches, navigate snow and ice, as I said, and stay safe even when emergency services are far away. These are actually practical things that are brought up in the course of discussions in the testing process and driver's training, which is excellent. These conditions make competence training and real experience even more critical, I think, than in urban areas. I mean, urban areas, the traffic congestion is at its own risk, certainly, but the fact that wildlife collisions or highway collisions are something we're talking about on northern roads is something that really needs to be thought about as we look to changes to this system. So any regulatory changes and especially accelerated licensing pathways must be practical, and I also want to say that they need to be accessible for rural drivers, not just designed for the lower mainland drivers as we're looking at these rules. A driver education program that works well in Vancouver might not work for the same as someone who lives in Fort St. James, and we have to account for that. In rural and northern communities, another part of the challenge is that there are fewer driver education schools. I talked about some of the other risks already in my private, but the lack of training is a bit of a barrier. I go back to my work in the private sector, and one of the projects I had worked on was supporting to get more drivers training into Indigenous communities, and it certainly has been a barrier for Indigenous communities to get their driver's license. I had worked with Coast Mountain College on getting them a vehicle that they could use in driver's training to deliver the training right on reserve in Indigenous communities in place. And we have to look as a province on how to make sure that we are having accessible training to build those competencies, those skills in those rural and remote and Indigenous communities where they may not be as easily available. Any program that relies on courses, testing, or accelerated pathways must ensure accessibility for some of these other parts of the province, not just urban centers. So, for example, if a program shortens waiting periods but is only available in Vancouver or Victoria, it doesn't serve young drivers in the north, and quite frankly, I don't think it's good enough. We should also consider any unique barriers that particularly the Indigenous communities may have, and make sure that, as I said, the consultation that happens needs to include consultation that takes into account their knowledge and needs. So, Madam Speaker, just as we're I'm trying to wrap up a little bit of my remarks, but there are a few questions I hope the government will clarify at the committee stage. So I want government to look at how will the prescribed classes and regulations be applied fairly and consistently across the province. And Again, that goes to speaking to, to answer to those folks in northern BC who may have questions. The second, I want to ask, will new regulations be made public and reviewed by the legislature before they take effect? And I've talked about that already. The need, if it was something that was transparent, brought to a legislative committee, that takes care of that. But maybe that's something that can be discussed in committee stage. How will accelerated licensing programs be evaluated to ensure they maintain safety standards? And that is, I think, one of the #1 things we need to answer for those parents that are thinking about their kids who need to have those competencies in driver's training. How will rural communities and regions with limited access to driver education be supported? And again, I just talked about that lack of access. And why are some existing license holders exempt from certain rules while new drivers are not? I think it's just making sure that there's clarity so that we know what the difference are between novice drivers and experienced drivers. These questions are not meant to be political at all. They are about ensuring safety, fairness, and trust in our system. So from a conservative perspective, I just want to say that we support evidence-based driver education programs. We support maintaining testing and competency standards in our driving and training system. We support transparency and legislative oversight, and we support ensuring programs are accessible to all regions, including rural and northern communities. These are core for me in looking at this bill. And if these principles are followed, changes to licensing can achieve the goals we all share: safer roads and better trained drivers, but without compromising fairness or public trust. Driving is an everyday activity, but it's also one of the most safety critical things that we do. I speak today as someone who obviously went through the graduate licensing program myself. I'm speaking as a parent. I'm speaking as an MLA representing a northern riding where distances are long. Roads can be challenging and safety matters every single day. And I can respect the fact that Bill 12 has some positive intentions, but it needs careful attention to clarity, fairness, and oversight. We need to proceed in this area very cautiously. With thoughtful implementation, consultation, and strong evidence-based programs, we can ensure that British Columbians, young and old, urban and rural, are safe on our roads. We all want our kids to get the training they need and to have the safe roads for all British Columbians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was a new driver, I came through the first years of the graduated licensing program, much like my colleague here. And like a lot of young people, I was juggling school, a job, and the freedom of finally having keys in my hand. At the time, the rules certainly felt strict. It was a new program with several hurdles, and very different than many of the programs across the country. Looking back, the message was pretty simple. Earn experience, build good habits, get home safe. Take a driving program, and cut some time off your program time. This is the frame I want to bring to Bill 12. Bill 12 amends the Motor Vehicle Act in a few important ways. It lets ICBC compare out-of-province licenses and offences with our system, which I think is absolutely critical. Anybody that's transferred between provinces knows that that is quite burdensome. It moves away from mandatory testing towards tests when only ICBC requires them. It allows Cabinet to set different waiting periods for novice drivers and to approve driver education courses that could shorten those waits. It also lowers the wait age for self-application for a full license from 19 to 18, which I think is a very positive step. It also expands distracted driving restrictions for motorcycle learners and clarifies authority to require protective clothing and equipment. Given some of the people I've seen driving around on scooters and on motorcycles this summer, I think that is an extremely good step and a regulation that certainly needs to be tightened, while many of my motorcycle riding colleagues may disagree. Before I turn to clause questions, I want to ground us in what people are actually feeling on the road. Traffic is substantially heavier. That's not a talking point. I'm pretty sure, as most of the government MLAs are from very busy regions, it's daily life. Actively insured vehicles have risen from roughly 3.6 million to about 3.7 million vehicles over the last year, and licensed drivers from around 3.89 million to just under 4 million. More drivers, more vehicles, more interactions, and that translates into more potential for conflict if skills and habits do not keep pace. The Fraser Valley is an excellent example. Operating speeds on Highway 1 between Langley and Abbotsford can drop to about 20 kilometers per hour at peak. That's not just inconvenient. Stop and go creates decision points every few seconds. Merge or wait, brake or roll, signal or squeeze in. The more of those decisions that we stack up, the more we test judgment and patience, especially for novice drivers and riders. We also know congestion does not exist in a vacuum. Transit demand has also grown, and driving trips have nudged up as well, which means even a small percentage increase piles onto a network that is already stretched thin. I'm not here to dramatize everybody's morning commute, but I will be blunt. I recently drove up to Chilliwack, and the volume was real. Long, heavy congestion, lane changes regularly, frequent shockwave braking from drivers a few hundred meters ahead. Anybody who does that during busy times knows exactly what I'm talking about. You can feel how quickly one distracted glance, one late merge, or one misread of a brake light can ripple through a line of traffic. That's why Bill 12 needs to be more than housekeeping. It needs to keep our eye on competence under real-world conditions. A few numbers to keep close. If we had eliminated distraction in British Columbia, we could save around 79 British Columbians every single year. And while fatality rates have declined over the long term, motorcyclist deaths nationally have increased over the past decade. That combination matters for the sections of the bill that tighten device rules for learners and contemplate minimum protective gear for riders. With that context, here are the safety questions I think British Columbians want answered as we work through Bill 12. First, on pathways and waiting periods for novice drivers, the bill allows ICBC and Cabinet to set different waiting periods and pathways. Done well, that can target risk and reduce backlogs. Done poorly, it can breed confusion. What evidence will guide these waiting periods? Will the public see that evidence? How will we ensure a driver in Courtenay or Comox is treated consistently with a driver in Burnaby or Fort St. John, unless there are clear, published safety reasons to do otherwise? Second, on testing, moving from mandatory retests to tests when ICBC requires them is not automatically a step backwards, but we need a clear trigger list. Collisions, violations, repeated device offenses, documented risky events. If we reduce routine retesting, what replaces it as a matter of competence? Anybody that's driven on the road has seen people that should likely be retested. Third, on training, the bill allows approved courses to shorten waiting periods. That is reasonable if the training actually improves hazard perception and decision-making, not just test-taking. Traditional classroom instruction on its own is mixed on crash reduction in young drivers. Targeted hazard perception training, where drivers learn to scan, to anticipate, and to spot latent hazards, shows promising improvements in the skills that matter on the road. If we're going to reward training, let's reward what measurably changes behavior. I'm going to digress here slightly to discuss school bus safety, which is notably absent in these changes, despite BC sitting at the back of the bus on school bus driver training and standardization. Rather than freelance, I'm just going to read into the record a letter that I recently sent to the Minister of Transportation. Dear Minister of Transportation, British Columbia prides itself on putting safety first. Yet when it comes to school bus safety standards, we are not meeting the expectations families rightly hold. Across Canada, provinces like Ontario and Alberta have already set clear province-wide benchmarks for licensing, training, and the proper use of safety equipment such as stop arms. In British Columbia, these responsibilities are still left largely to the discretion of individual operators and drivers, resulting in inconsistent standards from company to company and district to district. If we were grading ourselves, we would have to admit that BC's school bus safety is still at an emerging level. That is not a grade any government should accept when the lives of children are at stake. To underline the differences, the following comparison illustrates where we stand against our peers. No mandatory province-wide bus-specific training program for Class 2 or Class 4 school bus drivers. No enforceable provincial standards for the operation of stop arms. No requirement for regular retesting or provincially overseen refresher courses. No consistent public education campaign to ensure motorists understand school bus safety rules, and no standardized audit and inspection program to enforce compliance on these rules across districts. The result is that the safety of a child boarding a bus in one district may not be guaranteed to be held to the same standard as in another. That variability is unacceptable. Minister, I'm urging you to take action to move British Columbia forward. We should not be sitting at the back of the bus on school bus safety. We should be setting the standard. That means mandating province-wide driver training and licensing requirements, establishing clear and enforceable rules for stop arm use, requiring ongoing retesting and launching a province-wide public education campaign. Families in every part of British Columbia deserve to know that their children are protected by the same high safety standard no matter where they live or who operates their school bus. I look forward to your response and to seeing BC take its rightful place as leader in this critical area. XOXO, Brennan. No? I was just checking if anybody was listening. So if we're making safety changes, I would encourage the ministry to seriously consider improvements to school bus safety. We recently ran a campaign in my riding, and it was clear, through talking to both the bus operator, the school district, and the regional district, that standards were not consistent. And I would encourage the government and ICBC to push for increased safety standards in this area. Moving back to Bill 12 on age. Lowering the self-application age for a full license from 19 to 18 reflects the reality that many 18-year-olds are working, paying rent, and carrying family responsibilities. The question is not the number itself, it's what surrounds it. Strong night driving rules in the highest risk months, careful limits on peer-aged passengers until experience is built, a straightforward path back to a test or additional training if violations occur. Canada's long-run trend for young driver fatalities is trending downwards. We should lock in those gains by keeping the guardrails up where they matter the most. Fifth, on distraction. The bill clarifies that learners, including motorcycle learners, cannot use electronic devices, even in hands-free. That makes sense because habits set in early. If distraction is costing approximately 79 lives a year, the learner stage is the exact moment to build the reflexes of eyes up and phone away. And I will sidebar here, it is rather ironic that you cannot touch your cell phone while you're driving, but you have a big screen TV now attached to your dashboard. Will the ministry commit to an annual public reporting of collisions and violations by license stage so parents, instructors, and riders can see if the changes work? Transparency is a safety tool. Sixth, on protective clothing for motorcyclists. The authority to prescribe clothing, footwear, and equipment should be paired with a process that brings riders, safety researchers, and trauma clinicians to the same table. Helmets save lives. Beyond that, armored jackets, pants, gloves, and boots are associated with reduced injury risk and lower odds of hospitalization in a system that cannot stand further burden. The aim is not to police fashion, it's to reduce harm when crashes occur. If we set standards, we should publish the rationale and then measure outcomes against it. Now, I want to speak directly to the reality of heavier traffic and why training matters under those conditions. Let me use a couple of clearly marked examples to illustrate the kinds of situations people face every day. These are not formal statistics. They're scenarios that instructors and families will recognize. Example 1, the merge under pressure, and we can see this fail every day. Imagine a novice driver on Highway 1 approaching an on-ramp near Abbotsford during the afternoon peak. Operating speeds have already dipped to around 20 kilometers per hour in sections. The driver checks the mirror signals and sees a long line of vehicles in the right lane with minimal gaps. Do they stop at the end of the ramp and risk a hard brake behind them? Do they accelerate into a too small gap and risk a sideswipe? Do they hesitate and force a last-second decision? Good hazard perception training teaches that driver to scan early, adjust speed, and communicate intent with signal and lane positioning. That's all teachable, but that needs to be on-the-road experience, and it does reduce risk. Example 2, the shockwave brake. Picture a motorist traveling westbound, several cars ahead. Someone taps the brakes too hard. The wave moves backwards through the line like a slinky. If our driver is glancing at a message, even on a mounted phone, they lose 2 seconds of cushion they needed. A minor error becomes a rear-end collision, one we see all too often. One driver goes to hospital. 2 vehicles end up in the shop, costing our ICBC substantial money. 3 families have their weekend disrupted, and eliminating that single look down is the difference between a near miss and a long insurance claim. That's why the device rule for learners matters. It builds the habit early. Finally, example 3, a rider in mixed traffic. Consider a learning motorcyclist in Chilliwack on a warm evening. The road's dry, visibility's good, and traffic is dense but moving. Without armored gloves and boots, a low-speed slide that would have been scrapes becomes tendon damage and months of rehab. Without proper gear, the same slide is a bruised ego and a scuffed jacket. The physics don't care whether we're experienced or not. The gear shifts patient outcomes. Training is certainly not a silver bullet, but in heavy traffic, it acts like a seatbelt for judgment. It tightens up the slack in our decision-making when the environment gets noisy. If we're going to recognize training in law by shortening waiting periods, then we should also recognize it in insurance by offering a modest time-limited discount for drivers who complete an evidence-based program and maintain a clear record. If collision and claim data show a benefit, great. If not, we would be able to adjust quickly. Process matters too. Bill 12, as my colleague pointed out, leaves a lot to regulation. Flexibility has value, but the public needs a line of sight. I would like to see draft regulations posted for comment, plain language summaries tabled here before they take effect, and an annual outcomes report with regional breakouts. Collisions, injuries, violations, license stage, training pathway. If the curve bends down, we will all see it and celebrate. If it doesn't, we'll see that too and be able to adjust for a better outcome. There's also a rural and regional reality we should respect. What works in downtown Vancouver is not identical to what works on Highway 19, the Coquihalla, or two-lane routes across the north. The rules should be consistent, but implementation can listen to people who drive long distances for work, medical appointments, or family responsibilities. The province runs hundreds of permanent and short-term traffic counters. We should use that data to tune our approach without compromising safety. So I'll circle back to the start. More drivers and more vehicles are on the roads less than a year ago. New vehicle registrations in British Columbia were in the neighborhood of 200,000 last year as part of a national rebound increase. Even with a welcome shift to transit, key corridors remain tight at peak hours. Mix in phones, fatigue, impatience, and the margin for error shrinks. Bill 12 can help if we keep our focus on competence, clarity, and measurable outcomes. We need to make sure training counts. We need to approve programs that improve hazard perception and decision-making, not just classroom completion. Ensure we're funding correctly so that we recognize completion with a modest insurance incentive tied to a clean driving record. Pull approval quickly if the data doesn't show a safety gain. Guard the novice months. Keep strong night and passenger limits where risk is highest. Make the path to corrective action simple and educational when mistakes happen. Publish the scoreboard. Set a baseline now and report annually by region, age, and license stage. If collisions and injuries fall, good. If not, we need to ensure the system is flexible enough to adjust. Let's make sure we keep riders in mind. If we set protective gear standards, do it with riders and clinicians at the table. Explain the why. Track the results. Refresh the standard as technology improves. Let's measure distraction honestly. If the estimate is that roughly 79 lives a year could be saved by eliminating distraction, then let's track whether enforcement, technology, and culture are closing that gap. Pilot device blocking features for learners with proper privacy protections and publish the results. Keep what works and stop doing what doesn't. As a side note, if we get the balance right, we make the system less confusing for families, more predictable for industry, and safer for everyone who shares the road. If we get it wrong, we erode confidence and we risk lives. The good news is that this House, with whatever party we sit in, can choose the safer path. We can ask the hard questions now so the regulations reflect them later. We can pair flexibility with accountability, and we can focus on the outcomes that matter most to ensure everybody gets home safe. Thank you.
Come on, you guys, clap for your own team.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues opposite for that very warm welcome. It is genuinely greatly appreciated. Madam Speaker, I'm coming at this speech today with a couple of different perspectives in mind. First of all being my son is 15 and a half years old, and he's very keen on entering the driving world, shall we say. And, you know, where I come from in the East Kootenay, the testing after a year of having a learner's permit is quite a challenge. Many of our communities are quite clogged up with some of the bookings, and often folks have to travel great distances in order to find the appropriate time slot available, whether it's traveling from Invermere to Golden or to Kimberley, what have you. It can be well over an hour, just because we simply don't have the testing numbers in place. So, you know, in spirit, I really support removing those, because I think for a lot of people it is a bit of a barrier to them, especially if they fail their first test, because it can be several months to be able to get in line to do it again. But as a father, I would really love to see my son take a driving test before he's actually let loose on the road. Madam Speaker, I've really had the honor and the privilege of being an educator for my entire professional career before this, and there's really nothing more exciting than watching a young person enter that driving world, and the look on their face and the pathway of freedom that lies ahead of them. But I also want to point out that I think, and I'll speak to this in a little bit more detail moving forward, but the value of driver's education is extremely important for young people, but it can also be a tremendous barrier for some. It's definitely not free, and you know, that can be very cost prohibitive if we're talking about a system that's available for everyone. And as we dig into the bill and move into committee stage in the coming days here, you know, I would like to look at a discussion around including some of that driver's education in the school curriculum. I think it could be something that is done and available for everybody. Cost wouldn't be an issue, and it could easily be funneled in through whether it's career education or health and safety, physical education, for those that really can't potentially afford that driver's education. As we're talking about this too, and I know many of my colleagues have mentioned this, Madam Speaker, we live in a wonderfully diverse province with many different seasonal variabilities, which does really affect the way that people drive. I know in the East Kootenay, in Columbia River Revelstoke, animals are a big problem on the road. It's rare that you are driving at dusk or at dawn first thing in the morning and you don't see a herd of elk on the road. Or unfortunately, you know, an animal that had been hit not a short time or not a long time previous to that. I think there has to be some awareness around, you know, some of these variable factors based on regions. Again, we get a lot of really cold weather and black ice. And I think what I want to address when we go into committee stage is just, again, having that awareness and that education for drivers, regardless of the testing regime, just maybe something that's a little bit more robust for teaching students how to drive defensively and accordingly for those variable conditions. Because often, for the most part, these are our children and our young people, and we just want to give them the best opportunity to be safe. So as we're speaking to the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act here, you know, I really do commend the intent behind this bill. Obviously, as opposition members, we always look for ways to streamline and modernize legislation. That's obviously really important. But you know, I think there's some legitimate questions to ask here, so that we just don't have, you know, more questions than answers as we move forward. And we don't want to create an environment where we have much more risk, again, to new drivers. So as we look at this bill, Madam Speaker, we may not have tests that are required for certain drivers, and there's regulation authority regarding some of this novice licensing, and it potentially allows for conditions to be imposed on entire classes of people. And I think we just really need to dig into as I read the amendments to the legislation, to being a little bit vague at times, and just really narrowing in on what some of that regulation would look like for specific individuals. I think that's really important, because what we don't want to do, Madam Speaker, is lower the bar here. Okay. We don't want to ensure that we're balanced. We're risking safety, at the expense of making things more streamlined. I think we really just have to make sure that we get this right. And I know my colleagues and I, again, we generally support the streamlining, but we just want to make sure that we have that valuable discussion, as we have with many of the bills here in this fall session already, to make sure that we're just looking at this in the right way. So when we're looking at, determining when a test is waived, what are the criteria for that? Who's essentially going to be accountable for those decisions? We just want to make sure that we have that clear for everybody involved. Again, I'm really a proponent of driver education. It's something that I went through as a young person, and it definitely helped me become more aware and a better defensive driver on the road. But as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, I think it's really, really important that we try our best to make that available for those that may have barriers in their way, whether it's regional restrictions, cost restrictions, etc. The restrictions on night driving, based on classification, what's the class of persons that we're talking about, age, geography, driving history. We just need to really make sure that we dial that in and make sure that we're looking at things in the right way here. So we do have in clause 2 of the bill looking at Cabinet having the authority to prescribe different amounts of driving experience for different classes of persons. I agree flexibility is important at times, but we just don't want to be too ambiguous with this, because it could become quite dangerous as an unintended consequence. So, just legitimate questions like, what is sufficient experience? I think we just really need to hammer that out. With somebody that's perhaps a new Canadian that has decades of driving experience, will they be treated the same or differently than a teenager with 6 months behind the wheel? I think we just need to look at some of these variables when we're discussing this in more detail. I just really want to urge the government that we work together for establishing these clear evidence-based criteria for the experience equivalency, with driving records to be mentioned, jurisdictional comparisons, completion of certified training, etc. I also think, we just have to have really, really good regulations that separate those that potentially need a little bit more practice with those that are ready to head out onto the road. The motorcycle safety and protective gear is an interesting one when we're looking at clause 5. Again, I think it's something that we have to look in detail here with this, because we're talking about having protective gear, clothing, footwear, equipment when operating and riding a motorcycle, which I completely agree with. I know in Columbia River Revelstoke, there are, individuals that prefer to drive their motorcycle in the summer with, no shirt on or shorts. And I always think about how awful it would be if there was an accident with that. So I totally support bringing in those safety measures for this. But I think we just need to hash out what is that protective gear? Who are the manufacturers? Things of this nature. Like, is it required that somebody riding a motorcycle wears chaps, for example? Leather boots, to what standard? Specific helmets that are meeting certain standards. I think those are just things that we need to have discussions about, which will, I'm sure, come to an agreement, as I know the members opposite value safety as much as we do here in the opposition. Another challenge, however, with this specific piece of the legislation, the amendments to the legislation, Madam Speaker, is, enforcement is always an issue with some of this stuff. So, as we know, especially in rural communities in British Columbia, our RCMP members are already stretched relatively thin. I think they're busy enough. So when we're asking them, to make sure that people are wearing the right protective gear, just so that communication is also clear with the members, so they know what to look for, but also that enforcement is done, in a way that's reasonable. And if somebody perhaps is not abiding by those regulations, that they're not taking up too much of our valuable police resources to do that. It'd be great to have a public awareness campaign in schools. I see so many more young people now that are riding electric. They look like dirt bikes, but they're electric bikes of some sort. If we could have a public awareness and campaign in schools that looks at, dressing for the slide, right, not the ride, so that we can have young people learning this early on in their life to wear the protective gear that's necessary to avoid very, very serious injuries. I think also, again, I always think about, costs to things, because, people are stretched right now, and we want to be really mindful of that. If people, if we're introducing regulations, again, which I agree with, around proper safety equipment for riding motorcycles, let's dig into things like perhaps people are given tax breaks for purchasing some of that new gear that perhaps they can't normally afford, especially for young people, I think, or those in lower income brackets. I think there's creative solutions to not break the bank for people, to meet the safety standards at the same time. So yeah, just looking forward to some of that constructive conversation around that. Now, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about electronic devices, I have to say it's quite concerning. I know we've obviously had quite a public awareness campaign over the last number of years, and the enforcement, I think, has been good around those not using cell phones in vehicles. It's very, very dangerous, and I think the fines that are in place, which are steep, are appropriate to get people off their telephone and be hands-free when they're driving. But Madam Speaker, I had a discussion with one of our local ICBC repair shops not that long ago. And we were discussing, he said business has never been better, which is kind of a catch-22, because obviously that means that there's a lot more accidents happening than there has been in the past. And he really did attribute that, in his professional opinion, to, again, the screens that are now in vehicles. We just bought a new vehicle, my wife and I, and it's extremely distracting, I have to be honest with you, with the map and changing the music or the podcast or whatever. I think perhaps not directly related to this. I think it's a discussion that we have to have around some of those larger screens being in the vehicles that are extremely distracting. And perhaps there's a way to educate young people and to put regulation in place where young people can operate vehicles that don't have those distractions in their vehicles. Again, I just want to talk really quickly about a couple of other pieces here. Transition rules for new electronic device restrictions and the reclassification, of Class 7 and 8 licenses, Class 5 and 6 respectively. They must be, communicated very clearly and broadly to the public. What we don't want to have here, Madam Speaker, is a situation where the public is confused about some of these things. So I think we have a responsibility in government as a top-down way to really focus on educating the public about what these changes are going to be, so that there's just really no surprises for the public. I think that's extremely important, because we see frustration and malaise sometimes when that's not communicated clearly, and then people are surprised, and in this case there would be various penalties to be paid. So again, there's lots of ways we can do that with social media and things like that, but I think that's one of our responsibilities that we have here. When we're talking about insurance premiums and reclassification, how is that going to be affecting rates? Will drivers who are going through these reclassifications, will they be protected from unexpected hikes to their insurance? I really hope that's something that we can discuss. Insurance is very expensive, and we want to make sure, again, that we're being mindful of affordability throughout this whole process. We just want to be very, targeted in the language here that we move forward. I know my colleagues and I will be presenting some sensible amendments, which I hope we can discuss in more detail at the committee stage around several of these clauses and sections of this amendments to this legislation. We just want to make sure that, as we go forward, we're also reviewing some of these changes, Madam Speaker, to make sure that they're working. Legislation is always, a set of working documents, and we just want to make sure that we're, evaluating the progress as we move along here to ensure that, these decisions were the right ones. But, generally speaking, I support the idea of updating some of this legislation, but just keeping in mind, I really, really want to keep safety at the forefront and doing this in the right way. So again, when we're going through this in committee stage, let's look at being transparent with one another, prioritizing safety, not only for drivers, Madam Speaker. Let's keep in mind pedestrians and cyclists and those that we share the road with who are equally as important on the roadway. And with that, I just want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to talk about this today. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from West Vancouver, Capilano.
Speaker and fellow MLAs, I love driving. I absolutely love driving. From my first beater, which was held together with duct tape, rope, 4 different door colors, but it got me up to Whistler and back. It had a slant 6 engine. It was like a battering ram. I could go anywhere with that. Then I had my little yellow sports car named Buttercup, and I loved to race her, and I always won. I did. And then I had my 4Runner. And why a 4Runner? Because it was the only SUV that had a square back that would fit my 2 Great Danes, Czar and Faith, together 300 pounds. So we're here today to look at Bill 12, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2025. Now, it does present several sweeping changes aimed at modernizing and streamlining the province's licensing and driving regulation system. Now, while the bill includes positive intentions such as reducing bureaucratic hurdles, thank goodness, accommodating experienced drivers from other jurisdictions, great idea, and encouraging driver education, we must also be vigilant. We must ensure that in our effort to make the system more efficient, we do not compromise road safety, transparency, or fairness. Now, in its current form, Bill 12 has some serious flaws, some technical, some structural, and some that touch the very core of responsible governance, and that's what we're here for, responsible governance. Now, for simplicity's sake, I will outline 5 critical flaws in this bill, give a few examples and reasoning as to why they are flaws, but to help this government moving forward, I've made some positive suggestions for amendments that could address each of these 5 flaws. That's the teacher in me, I guess. So, flaw number 1, discretionary testing powers for ICBC can lead to inconsistencies and inequities. Now, one of those fundamental changes in Bill 12 is that ICBC is no longer required to mandate testing for licensed applicants or novice drivers. Section 25 now gives the discretion to ICBC to determine whether a road test, knowledge test, or signs and signals test is required. Now, while this may appear efficient on the surface, it opens the door to arbitrary decision-making and inconsistent treatment of applicants. 2 individuals with similar driving backgrounds could be subjected to different standards, one required to take a test, the other not, purely based on subjective interpretation or even regional policy difference within ICBC offices. Now, let me give you an example. Consider two novice drivers, one from rural BC and one from Metro Vancouver, both with 18 months of clean driving under an N license. Under the current amendments, ICBC may waive the second road test for one while requiring it for the other based on internal risk models or administrative criteria that are not transparent or publicly accountable. Why is this a flaw? Without clear, publicly available criteria for these decisions, this discretion undermines fairness and predictability. In a system where public trust is essential, perceived or real bias could erode confidence in ICBC and the broader licensing framework. So, what is my suggestion to address this flaw? The legislation must require ICBC to publish clear, consistent guidelines governing when tests are required and ensure those decisions are subject to appeal or review. That's the first suggestion. Flaw number 2, regulatory power given to Cabinet undermines legislative oversight. Another major issue lies in the broad regulatory powers granted to Cabinet under clauses 2, 3, and 10. These amendments allow Cabinet to set the minimum experience required for various classes of licenses, determine the wait time before novice drivers can upgrade, and even approve driver education programs that can shorten the path to a full license. Now, while flexibility is important, these powers represent a significant shift of authority from the legislature to the executive. For example, a future Cabinet could, by regulation alone, reduce the novice period from 24 months to 12 months without public consultation or legislative debate. And that's what we're doing here today, perhaps in response to political pressure or lobbying by private driver training schools. Why is this a flaw? This undermines democratic accountability. Such major changes to public safety policy should not be made behind closed doors or left to regulation. The Legislative Assembly should have a greater role in reviewing and approving any reductions in safety-related standards. So, amendment number 2, include a provision that any changes to key safety timelines, such as the novice driver period, must be subject to legislative review, not just Cabinet regulation. So, flaw number 3, insufficient safeguards around out-of-province license equivalency. Now, I know cases where people have bought licenses in a certain part of Vancouver, and they drive with those licenses and they've not gone through any of the accreditation, none of the driving schools, nothing. They're bought. And that's what they use, and they drive on our roads. Bill 12 grants ICBC the authority to compare and assess out-of-province and even out-of-country driver's licenses against BC standards to determine equivalency. This power is critical as British Columbia sees thousands of new residents each year from across Canada and the globe. However, there is no clear benchmark or oversight outlined in the bill for how ICBC is to make these determinations. For example, a driver from a US state, and in some countries, they can buy their licenses. They don't have to go through any rules, any regulations, just buy them. And then they can come here with their driver's license from there and get their driver's license from here, assuming that they've had all the registration, they've had all the lessons, they've had all the equivalent hoops to jump through, but they haven't. But they get that here. So, Bill 12, again, grants ICBC the authority to compare and assess out-of-province and even out-of-country driver's licenses against BC standards to determine equivalency. This power is critical as British Columbia sees thousands of new residents each year from across Canada and the globe. However, there is no clear benchmark or oversight outlined in the bill for how ICBC is to make these determinations. For example, again, the driver from a U.S. state where road testing is perhaps minimal and driver education is not mandatory may now be granted a full BC Class 5 license without any testing, simply because ICBC deems the license comparable. Why is this a flaw? Without publicly accountable criteria, this system could lead to unqualified drivers being granted full privileges in BC, putting public safety at risk. Furthermore, international driving standards vary widely, and what is acceptable in one country may be dangerous here, especially given BC's terrain, weather conditions in the rain, and what our winter road conditions are like perhaps in the mountains as well as in the valleys, and where we've got road hazards too. So what would I suggest for this amendment? The act should include minimum standards for out-of-province equivalency, require public reporting of equivalency decisions, and allow for periodic audits by an independent oversight body. Fourth flaw, loophole in electronic device ban for existing license holders. Now, Clause 8 of the bill introduces a grandfather clause that exempts current holders of Class 6L, 8, and 8L licenses from the new electronic device use ban, provided those licenses were issued before the law comes into force. While it's understandable to avoid retroactive penalties in this case, the safety implications are serious. For example, a young rider with a Class 6L motorcycle learner's license obtained last year can still legally use a hands-free device while learning to operate a motorcycle, despite overwhelming evidence that any device use, including hands-free, significantly distracts new drivers and riders. Now, why is this the flaw? This exemption undermines the very purpose of the amendment, which is to protect inexperienced road users from distraction-related accidents. Road safety laws should apply equitably, especially when public safety is at stake. My suggestion for amendment here, remove the grandfather clause and ensure that all novice or learner drivers, regardless of when they were licensed, are subject to the same distracted driving rules. Now, I want to come back to the motorcycle bit. I used to ride and drive a motorcycle, but before I drove the big one, I went and took the motorcycle safety course, which was excellent, and I think all drivers, all motorcycle riders should take this course before they get their license. Why? It was great. I learned how to do skids. I learned how to go up and down teeter-totters, in and out of pylons, brake to a stop, do wheelies even. It was fantastic. It was 175 cc's, so not too, it's more like a little motocross motorcycle. But it was great training. And I can, on the roads today, I see motorcycle drivers racing by, and I can tell whether they really know how to ride the bike as to where they're riding it in the road. If they're riding down the middle of the lane, they have not taken the safety course. Why? Because we were taught to ride as close to the left, on the left, close to the line. Why? Because down the middle of the road is where the oil leaks. So what happens is that gets really, really greasy and slippery. And that's the worst place for a motorcyclist to ride. From the 175 cc's, I went to a 650 Yamaha Roadhog. She was great. Had a great time. That was many years ago. Would I drive a motorcycle today? No. too much traffic, and you've got people who don't understand bicyclists, much less motorcyclists. So I would really emphasize that this is an area which I would love to see strengthened. So the flaw in this particular part is needed to have the removal of the grandfather clause so that all novice or learner drivers, regardless of when they were licensed, are subject to the same distracted driving rules. And I would really emphasize that all motorcycle riders do take the motorcycle safety course. So last flaw, lack of evaluation framework for driver education programs. And I don't know if anybody here watches Marketplace, but that program is fantastic. And a little while ago, they were checking on private driving schools. And what they found was quite a few of them were not even having the drivers in and showing them how to drive, or showing them how to park, or showing them anything to do with driving a car. They were selling the driving licenses as well as that they had finished the driving school. So that if you have a look, it's really interesting and fascinating. So I would suggest very strongly that the example of where a private driving school can offer a fast-track program that technically meets regulatory requirements but does not improve safety outcomes, does not teach defensive driving, or does not prepare young drivers for winter conditions, and still allows them to skip the second road test. So why is this a flaw? Without performance metrics, we risk turning safety into a commodity. Approving education programs without evaluating whether they actually reduce crashes or improve driver behavior defeats the purpose of their integration into the licensing process. So, my suggestion for amendment on this particular area is this: require that all approved driver education courses undergo periodic evaluation, including accident rates, retention of safe driving practices, and independent audits. And I love the independent audits. I think that's really important to ensure that they are genuinely improving driver competency and that they are legitimate driving schools. So, fellow MLAs, while Bill 12 seeks to modernize and streamline our motor vehicle legislation, we must not allow speed and convenience to come at the cost of safety, equity, or democratic accountability. The 5 flaws in this bill I've outlined today, from discretionary testing and unchecked cabinet powers, to loopholes in distracted driving laws, lack of transparency in licensing equivalencies, and insufficient oversight of driver education programs, are not small oversights. They represent structural gaps that, if left unaddressed, could have real and dangerous consequences for BC's drivers, passengers, and pedestrians. So let us take time to review, amend, and strengthen this bill before it becomes law. Let's ensure that our roads remain not just efficient, but safe and fair for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member, could you move adjournment of the debate?
To continue and move adjournment of today's debate to tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill number 10 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read third time, Government House Leader?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill 10, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carried. Bill 10, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2025 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.